bench memorandum in support of some certain responses to objections we expect to hear later today. And so suggest that we take it up at the appropriate time with the appropriate witness. This is not meant to be with respect to Mr. Paterno's testimony.
All right, fair enough. Your Honor, if I may, I do think Mr. Paterno's testimony is touching on some very similar issues. So to understand the scope of Mr. Paterno's what I can object to regarding Mr. Paterno, I would ask that the court hear that now.
So far, what I've heard is what his motivations were behind his support of and his activities around the about Measure 114. I don't think that there's anything from an evidentiary standpoint about those particular incidents that he referenced, just that those were motivators for him. And so I don't think it touches on what the state's asking me to do. I keep saying the state. Not all of you work for the state. All of you are under contract for the state. So defendants.
Understood. Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to go ahead and get my notes set up. Do you have water? You do. There's also extra water right there if you need it, Mr. Paterno. So feel free to keep yourself hydrated. It can be a little jarring to be under the spotlight. Yes. All right. Your witness, go ahead, please.
Good morning, Mr. Paterno. When we left off yesterday afternoon, I believe you were going to tell us what occurred in the campaign after the mass shootings that occurred in May 2022.
Yes, right after that, those incidents in May 2022, we began to, actually that was 2022. We began to get overwhelming response from the public. Every morning I'd wake up, we'd get 50 to 70 new participants wanting to be circulators or volunteers in some way. And during the month of May, we sent out over 1,000 packets with signature sheets and supporting materials to people all around the state. Just a note, thank goodness for the Postal Service. I have a new respect for the Postal Service. Additionally, other people would come into the Levo office and pick up packets as well.
What kind of people were volunteering to circulate?
Well, I think the word I would use is diverse. We had people from faith groups, from non-faith groups. We had gun owners, we had non-gun owners. We had people from different ethnicities, different sexual orientations. And we had, and this was most interesting to me, people from different generations. We had 12 and 13-year-olds that were helping collect signatures with their parents. Of note is one 12-year-old that not only collected signatures, but she worked in the Levo office. She actually wrote an editorial that got published in the Bend newspaper. Quite a young lady and a leader to come. We had high school students from gun safety clubs and reform clubs that were working to get signatures, also recruiting others. We had college students working. Again, of note is one particular college student that was a signer and then became a circulator and also did so many things in support. She worked with the website, she worked with media, she worked with graphic arts. She was a graphic art major. And we had many people like that that would sign and then follow up and become circulators and supporters. So we had those groups and then everything up to our senior citizens. We had many senior citizens in the community, in retirement homes, even nursing homes. One person in particular, his first name was Dick. He was 93-year-old. He collected over 500 signatures. And we got to know Dick pretty well. He came in every Saturday, brought his satchel in, sat down, unloaded his packet of signature sheets. And one particular Saturday, I asked him, Dick, how can you do this?
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
It's about the effect on the listener.
I'll sustain.
Okay. What part of the state were circulators, these volunteer circulators from?
They're from all over the state. I mean, we had people from Astoria down to Brookings. We had people all up and down the I-5 corridor from Portland and surrounding areas down to Medford and Ashland and everywhere in between. We people from Central Oregon. We had people from Bend and Sisters and Madras. We had people from Hood River, the Dalles, Pendleton, even as far east as Milton Freewater.
Let's look at Exhibit 140 again. That's the thermometer. I think it may be in front of you.
Yes, it is.
So after May 2022, how did the signature collection progress?
Well, after May 2022, we doubled our signature collection amount from that 20,000 in April to 40,000 in June. And then by June 14th, we had between 70 and 80,000. And then during the last few weeks, as you can see, we jumped up on July 6th, the day before we stopped collecting signatures from our circulators. We had 151,401. And on the last day, we had another 10,000 signatures come in on the very last day on July 7th. And then we turned those in after that date.
So did you meet your goal?
We exceeded our goal. We wanted 140,000. We had 161,266 signatures.
Can you remind the court who created Exhibit 140?
One of our circulators actually from the coast made this thermometer for a visual for us.
How was it updated?
Every day, especially during the latter part of the signature collection, we would tally the signatures that came in and advance the thermometer accordingly.
Is it a fair representation of the progress of the signature collection effort?
Yes, it is.
The defendants move admission of Exhibit 140.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay and relevance.
Let's look now at Exhibit 141. Do you have it there, or you could also look on your?
Our signatures as they came in.
Who created Exhibit 141?
The campaign had that dry erase board and we used it every day.
And is it a fair representation of Levo's signature collection efforts?
Yes, it is.
Okay, let's go over some of the particular figures. It says 1980-2021 in the upper left-hand corner. What does that refer to?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again, hearsay.
Well, I'm not sure about hearsay. I guess my question to you is, how much of this are we going to do with regards to the numbers of signatures gathered I understand the final signature number is different on this than was on 140, and so I think it's admissible on that basis. But each of these numbers, at the end of the day, I think the number that's relevant to the court is 50.65, which is how much the provision passed by. So I guess I wonder at some level, I'm happy to admit this but I don't know what you're doing with all these numbers in terms of what the point is really.
It will take 5 minutes for us to demonstrate that 75% of the signatures were collected by volunteer effort.
Okay. And the 50.65 by volunteer voters. But go ahead if you wish.
And Mr. Paterno, what is the 102,277?
Those are the total signatures from the circulator's 10-line signature sheet. Each circulator took the sheets out. They had 10 lines for each page, and those were for qualified Oregon voters to sign.
Were those, does that include any number of signatures that were collected by paid circulators?
No, those are all the volunteer signatures.
Okay, looking down at 15161 single signer sheets, what is that?
We, in January of 2022, instituted a electric signature ability on our website. People could go in and download that signature sheet, print it, sign it, date it, and send it back to us. And those are the number of signature sheets from those single signer sheets.
Okay, in total, how many of these signatures were collected through volunteer effort?
Those were all volunteer effort.
And in total, from all three categories that you just demonstrated, how many is it?
From all the volunteers, it was 119,418.
And then looking at the final line of this, roughly what percentage of the total signature collection effort was done through volunteer effort?
Approximately 75% of those were volunteers.
Defendants move admission of Exhibit 141. In response to the hearsay objection, we responded it's a business record.
I doubt that very much, but
I'd say there's a lack of foundation for a business record.
yeah, the bottom line is I'm going to admit it since it has a distinct number that verifies what he said before about the number of signature gatherers. And it's not a business record, but I'll leave it at that.
Where did you submit those signatures to, sir?
We took them to the Department of Elections.
What was the result of the Department of Elections review?
Of those 161,266, they vetted those. They allowed 160,000, I believe 488, I think is the number.
So did you qualify?
Well, then they figured a verification percentage, and they gave us an 82% verification. So they took 82% of those 160,488. And the final number that they came up with was 131,167, I believe.
And that was enough to qualify?
That was much more. The required amount was 112,020. And so we had over, if my math is correct, 20,000, approximately 20,000 more than we needed.
What, in your view, were the keys to Levo's success in this effort?
Well, I think of several things, actually. You know, we were at this for beginning in 2018 for four years. And my wife and I, who were co-leaders in the field team, felt that we had created many relationship with many people around the state. And we could identify people that might want to serve as leaders in this effort. And we recruited many of those people to be field assistants. They would recruit more circulators in their area. We would send them signature sheets and supporting materials that they could distribute accordingly. And then they also collected signature sheets when they were done. I just recalled that we were still in somewhat fear of COVID, and we couldn't open major offices in many of these localities. So these volunteer distributors were very important in the field. So,
Anything else?
yes. So the field team assistance, and I think the next thing I would say was something on the other side is that we didn't listen to the critics. We heard from so many people that this is not usually done on a volunteer basis, on a grassroots basis. And we believed it could be. Again, from the professionals, they recommended that we do this at least 75% from paid circulators, and they were estimating that would cost us between $300,000 and $500,000. And we didn't need to do that. We had the grassroots effort and the team put together to get this done on a grassroots basis. And then the final thing, and we've already talked about this, is the two incidents of the mass shootings in May, that there was that overwhelming response and people were expressing a lot of
Objection, hearsay.
Effect on the listener.
That I will overrule, yes. Go ahead.
there was a lot of fear and frustration expressed by these people, and they wanted to do something positive. And this was something that they felt they could do in response to what was happening. Instead of giving just thoughts and prayers, they could take an action that was relevant. And I often heard that, and I often heard that they felt that their institutions were letting them down according to having public safety. And again, they wanted something that they could do in response.
No further questions.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Paterno, you live in Portland, Oregon, correct?
Yes.
You used paid signature gatherers, right?
Yes, there were some paid signature gatherers. I really didn't have much involvement personally with that, as somebody else was handling that.
You're aware that that ballot measure 114 received outside of the state funding, correct?
Objection. Ambiguous as to the time period and out of the scope of direct examination. We weren't talking about the campaign at all.
You talk about paid signatures versus volunteer signatures, all overrule.
Could you repeat the question?
You're aware that ballot measure 114 received out-of-state funding, correct?
I heard that. Most of what I experienced when we would open the bushels of mail that we would receive every day were the small contributions. I don't know of the specifics of outside.
You're aware that it received funding from Bloomberg, right?
I am not aware of that, actually. I had nothing to do with the financial aspect. That was another committee.
You were not the chief petitioner for this measure, correct?
No.
Who was?
There were 3 chief petitioners.
Those were?
You want their names?
Yes, sir.
Reverend Dr. Mark Knudsen, Rabbi Michael Kahana, and Marilyn Keller.
You testified about mass shootings that prompted a response within the folks who were utilizing to gather signatures. Those shootings occurred outside of Oregon, right?
Yes.
You're aware that ballot measure 114 passed in only 6 of Oregon's 36 counties, right?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
2 of those were Multnomah and Washington County, right?
Need to answer yes or no. Sir.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I have a few questions on the reasonableness question that you've on this. I want to ask you a few questions.
Okay.
You were involved in the inception of the drafting of this ballot measure 114, is that correct?
I didn't have anything to do with the drafting part of this, no,
Were you aware of the initial language of it?
I guess,
And have you read it completely?
yes,
Did you read it before you started gathering petition signatures on it?
yes.
Okay. So, are you aware that there's differences in policing in America depending on what polity you're a part of? In other words, do you believe that there are differences in how different racial groups are policed in America?
Yes.
What is your belief around that?
Well, I think that the minorities are a little bit more targeted than anybody, especially the black folks in our communities.
If we go to 102, this is raised by the defendants in terms of the reasonableness of the policy, and I'm going to talk to him about the reasonableness of the policy from his perspective.
Your Honor, if the state has objections, is it okay if we articulate those as a motion to strike as opposed to interrupting the court's questioning?
I appreciate that. Of course you can.
Yeah.
I will note that you've asked for that, and I'm certain that I will see something soon from the defendants.
I'll do it orally as best I can, and if it needs to be supported in writing later, then we may.
It's fine. Could you turn to page 30? Do you see line, we have it on pleading paper, so it's easier to read. Do you see line 9? And D, can you read that to yourself?
Yes. Okay.
Did you consider during the process of developing this ballot measure, the impact that might have on that question of disparate policing?
Again, I did not write this, but, it was done by our legislative team, and I'm sure that they did.
But you read it
Yes,
and supported it.
yes.
Did you consider what this would mean in terms of disparate policing in America? Or in Oregon, I should say.
Again, I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
All right, let me ask you a hypothetical.
Okay.
Hypothetical 1, an older white reverend doctor is driving down the road and he sees a magazine on the side of the road. He stops, gets out of his vehicle, picks up that magazine, realizes it's a large capacity magazine, puts it on the front seat of his vehicle to drive it to take it to a police station. Got me so far?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
As he's driving down the road, he comes to a stop sign, but he rolls through the stop sign without coming to a complete stop, and he's pulled over by a police officer. So far, are you with me?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes. Sorry.
The police officer comes up to the window, says you rolled through a stop sign. What is that? Looks like a large capacity magazine. It is. I just found it. Please take this. I was going to bring it to the police station. And the officer accepts that. Do you agree that's a hypothetical that could happen under this law?
Possibly, yes.
Do you agree that's a hypothetical that
Yes.
it's a possibility?
Yes.
Hypotheticals are about possibility.
Right.
A young black pastor is driving down the road and he sees a large capacity magazine sitting on the curb, and he pulls over, picks it up, and puts it in the front seat of his vehicle. With me so far?
Yes.
And he drives down the road, he comes to a stop sign, and he rolls through that stop sign. Right?
Yes.
And he gets pulled over by a police officer.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
The police officer comes up to the window, says you rolled through a stop sign. That looks like a large capacity magazine. I want you to get out of the vehicle. I'm placing you under arrest. Look, I just picked it up. I want to give it to you. Officer says, but you're under arrest. You agree that that could happen here?
Yes.
And that by that arrest, he can no longer surrender that large capacity magazine to the officer. He has to face the full prosecution. Do you agree?
Yes.
Because when a prosecution is commenced under this law when arrested, correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'll have you turn to, do you think that's reasonable?
No, I would hope that they would be treated equally.
You would hope, but the law doesn't require it, does it?
No.
So you don't think that's reasonable?
No.
Let's turn to page 4. Under section 4, so on the other page, it's section 4, like page 3, it's the start of section 4, correct?
Yes.
And I'll have you turn to line 6 of the text about measure 114, which is large C on the next page. I'm sorry, I'm being confusing.
Okay.
Page 4, line 6. This is the permit to purchase program that starts on the other page, correct?
Yes.
And a person, and under subsection B, which is on the first page, a person qualifies to be issued a permit to purchase under this section if A through E are met by the individual, correct?
Yes, I have not read this for some time, to be honest with you.
Well, take a
but-
look at, take a look at it,
Okay.
make sure you're
Okay.
refreshing your recollection of what the language is.
Yes, I've read to see.
I assume, based upon your background, that you don't really know what the phrase reasonable grounds means. Is that accurate, or do you know what it means as a legal construct?
No, I'm not an attorney for sure.
Okay. We have different constitutional bases upon which people's rights can be impinged upon.
Mhm.
You understand that concept? Yes?
Yes.
And so you can ask for consent if you go up to a vehicle, if you have reasonable suspicion that something's happening in that vehicle. You can ask, can I get into your vehicle? Does that make sense so far?
Yes.
In order to get into the vehicle without consent, you have to have probable cause to believe a crime is occurring, which is a higher standard of proof. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And reasonable grounds is in between those two things. Reasonable grounds was created as a doctrine to address search of probationers. Did you know that?
No.
And that what the law says, what the courts have said in the 1980s is, once you've been convicted of a crime, you have a lesser right to privacy than you do if you haven't been convicted of a crime. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And that if you're on probation, an officer can search your property with just reasonable grounds to believe something's wrong inside. That
Okay.
makes sense?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about the hypothetical that I want to talk about on subsection C. It's highlighted on there for you as well.
Okay.
And have you read that then? What C says is does not present reasonable grounds for a permitting agent to conclude that the applicant has been or is reasonably likely to be a danger to self or others or to the community at large as a result of the applicant's mental or psychological state. Did you read that portion before you started to support this measure?
Yes.
So that's the, let's talk about a couple of hypotheticals regarding that then, okay?
Okay.
I appreciate you indulging me on this, Mr. Paterno. And I would say again, as I've said before, I appreciate your activism and truly, your citizenship is admirable.
Thank you.
Hypothetical 3 is this. An older white rabbi decides to go in and get a gun permit because he decides he wants to get a gun. And then he's asked by the permitting agent, why are you getting a gun? And he says, to defend myself. And then he's granted a firearm because the officer believes he doesn't present a reasonable likelihood of danger to self or others or the community at large.
Yes.
Perfectly fine.
Yes.
A younger Middle Eastern rabbi goes in to get a permit for a firearm. Middle Eastern descent rabbi goes in to get a firearm. And the permitting agent asks, why are you getting this firearm? And the rabbi says, to defend myself. And the permitting agent then says, to defend yourself from what? I'm under threat. What type of threat are you under? I feel like there are people who want to hurt me. Under this rule, the permitting agent could say that that was an act of an individual who is dangerous. Would you agree?
I'm not sure I agree with that. No.
Getting a gun to use it against other people could be a danger to others.
I thought you said it was for self-protection.
He says it's for self-protection, but the officer deems that it's a danger, that those answers show that he's a danger to others and doesn't give him a permit.
Okay.
Do you agree that that could happen under this law?
That could, but I think he has some recourse to that.
He can go later to a judge,
Yes.
and the judge could say, he could make an offer that the reasonable grounds, this very low standard, were not met by the permitting agent. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. I understand, and I agree that that's true.
Yes.
But those two people with the same exact identical interests in getting a firearm could be treated differently under this law,
Yes.
based upon how they present to a permitting agent. Correct?
Yes, but they do have some recourse, is what we're saying.
Right. The judge can say, well, that's not reasonable, if in fact he doesn't take it as a race neutral determination, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Aiello?
Your Honor, do you want me to do the motion to strike now or later?
You can do it now if you want.
The state defendants moved to strike. The court's questioning of Mr. Paterno is outside of the scope of the direct examination, is not relevant to the only claim pleaded in this case, which is Article 1, Section 27. The other claims are not pleaded regarding other constitutional theories that were raised in the pretrial briefing. Plaintiffs lack standing to assert those theories. They also cannot be raised in a facial challenge. Mr. Paterno's testimony on legal opinion is inadmissible per se. Opinion evidence on other questions such as policing. Mr. Paterno is not qualified in this case as an expert in any discipline.
He was called by the defendants to talk about the reasonableness of the measure. That was what the foundational basis was for this decision, or for my decision to allow him in based upon what the defendants requested that he be allowed in for. The court is not bound by the pleadings to the extent that they plead only one constitutional provision. That's not how I read the court's authority under the statute to review this law. The court has broad authority and a broad inquiry into the constitutionality of the measure on its face. And those questions were raised about facial issues that exist with this particular law that are not race neutral and can be applied to different individuals differently on its face. And that is a relevant inquiry for the court to make, and a relevant inquiry in which the court will continue to make throughout the proceedings. And so you're overruled and your motion to strike is denied. you have additional questions for Mr. Paterno?
Yes, Your Honor. First, plaintiffs would like to note for the record, I believe Exhibit 103 has been admitted.
Yes.
Exhibit 103 on, I don't have an exhibit page number, but page 91 of the measure, the ballot measure contains a racial and ethnic impact statement. So I would add to the record just that the impact on racial and ethnic minorities is relevant to this court's determination.
Do you know what page that's on?
I don't have an exhibit page number, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I'm looking at a numbered paper copy, but it's page 91 of the Oregon voter pamphlet, which is Exhibit 103. Defense Exhibit 103.
Thank you. Do you have any additional questions for Mr. Paterno?
Yes, Your Honor.
Upon the questions of the court only.
I have another hypothetical, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
And I assume the court will let me know if I'm venturing outside of the court's questioning. Mr. Paterno, we can turn back to the measure. Again, on page 4 of the measure.
What section are you at?
Oh, he's on 102, sir.
Yes.
Exhibit 102. It'd be best if you refer to the page numbers on it for him so we can get to where you want him to be.
Yes, Your Honor. So Exhibit 102, page 4, beginning at line 21. So this is, for the record, section 4(1)(e). Would you like a moment to review that section? It does go over to the next page.
Okay. As much as I can understand.
Yes, Mr. Paterno. You're aware that an individual stopped by police is not required to give their fingerprints to the officer without a search warrant, correct?
Okay.
Objections previously stated and outside the scope of the court's inquiry and the direct examination.
And I don't think accurate, but yeah.
Understood. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please, Mr. Marshall.
Mr. Paterno, do you think that Measure 114 will save lives?
Yes, undoubtedly.
Do you think it'll save lives from mass shootings?
Yes.
Do you think it'll save lives from other types of homicides?
Your Honor, objection, lack of foundation. I believe defendants just said that
It's
Mr.
what he believes. He's entitled to say what he believes, and he believes these things. The statistical reality of that is a totally different question, but feel free to continue your questions, Mr. Marshall. You're overruled.
And for the record, that I think that we would agree that these questions, this is only based on the court's rulings, but do you think that this Measure 114 will reduce other homicides?
Yes.
do you think that it will reduce suicides?
Yes.
Do you regret your 5 years of volunteer effort to put Measure 114 in front of voters?
Not in the least. My wife and I are both proud of what we've accomplished.
No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Paterno, for coming all this way and presenting your testimony to the court.
Sure. Thank you.
You have a good day. You may step down. Saw you were highlighting all the text. That was very helpful. Thank you. That's the expert file on the next witness.
That is correct.
Mr. Aiello, do you have anyone here to assist you at all?
No, Your Honor.
How many pages did you just present to Mr. Aiello? I know you're entitled to do it at the point you're calling your expert, but how many pages did you just introduce to the single lawyer?
I do not know, Your Honor. I did not count them.
Two
Accordion files.
accordion files of documents? Got it. Okay. Well. So let's see. Ms. Dawson, go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense will call Mark Tebeskov to the stand.
Morning, sir. Step up here, please. Wait right there, please, and raise your right hand. Under the penalties of perjury, you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. Thank you. Have a seat here, sir.
Good morning, Professor.
Excuse me, miss.
Yes.
I'm not completed with
Oh,
the process.
apologize.
Would you please state your name and spell your last for the record?
Yes, my name is Mark Axel Teveskov, and my last name is spelled T, V as in Victor, E, S as in Sam, K-O-V as in Victor.
Thank you. Go ahead now.
Thank you. Good morning, Professor. Can you generally introduce yourself to the court?
Sure. I'm Mark Axel Teveskov. I'm a professor of anthropology at Southern Oregon University in Ashland, Oregon. I'm also a consulting anthropologist.
And what educational degrees do you have, Professor?
I have a bachelor's degree in anthropology from the University of Connecticut. I have a master's degree in anthropology and archaeology from the University of Connecticut. I have a PhD in anthropology, ethnohistory, and archaeology from the University of Oregon. And I am certified by the United States Army to instruct future Army officers on U.S. military history.
And
Can you please repeat what your PhD is from the University of Oregon?
It's in anthropology with an emphasis on ethnohistory and archaeology.
Go ahead, please.
Can you briefly walk me through your professional background?
Yeah, I grew up in New England and attended the University of Connecticut majoring in anthropology. And that gave me an interest in issues around colonialism. And I got involved with the research of some of my professors on the history of the colonial period in New England. After I graduated, I went to work for one of my professors learning field techniques in archaeology. And that led me to participate in a variety of historical research projects and archaeological projects on colonial New England history. Based on that, I got accepted to the master's program at the University of Connecticut, and I participated in many research projects regarding the wars of colonial New England. I did excavations in various sites, and I wrote a master's thesis on the archaeology of an indigenous community in Block Island, Rhode Island. I then I got accepted to the PhD program at the University of Oregon's anthropology department, and got involved with a community of scholars, including indigenous scholars, who were interested in researching the settler period and the Oregon territorial period of Oregon. And I did that for several years, and I eventually wrote a doctoral dissertation on the settler history of Western Oregon and the interactions of settlers with indigenous people of the Oregon territorial period. And in 1998, just as I was in the process of finishing my dissertation, I got a job at Southern Oregon University as an anthropology professor.
So how long have you been working in the field of archaeology?
I had been working as a professional archaeologist in the field in the lab since 1988, which is 35 years. And I have been an anthropology professor and conducting research as a professor for 25 years.
And are all 25 of those years at Southern Oregon University?
That's right.
And what do you currently teach there?
At Southern Oregon University, I teach the Introduction to Archaeology class. I teach a class in archaeological research methods, which describes field methods and lab methods in archaeology. I teach a class in human evolution, and I teach a class on policies and laws that protect archaeological sites, places of cultural heritage and historic properties. I teach a class that's cross-listed with our history program, which is called The History of the American West. And I teach a class called Race and the History of Oregon. Actually, I'm going to teach it for the first time this fall. And
Called Race
and the History of Oregon.
Thank you.
And I know I'm forgetting something. I also teach as part of the Military Sciences program, as I mentioned. That's our ROTC program, where we train cadets to be officers in the United States Army. And in that capacity, I teach their required senior class in U.S. military history, which is the history of the United States military and militia. And I also take the seniors with their officers on what they call a staff ride, which is a field trip to an actual battlefield site where we look at the terrain and analyze the terrain and give them a practical sense of a battlefield as part of their senior culminating experience in the Military Sciences program before they embark in their careers as military officers.
And what historical time period does your scholarship primarily cover?
My personal research interests lie primarily in the era of the Oregon territorial period, the history of the settlement of Oregon and more generally the American West.
And did you prepare a slide presentation for demonstrative purposes today?
I did.
I'm going to offer a paper copy for the witness as well as for counsel and yourself, Your Honor, in
Thank
case
you.
you'd like one.
While you're doing that, just out of, it's going to burn my brain until I know, where's the battle site?
I beg your pardon?
Where's the battle site?
The battle site that I've worked on?
Yeah.
I've worked
So you
on.
take them on a field trip.
Oh,
to
sure.
the
That
battle
particular
site.
one is called the Battle of Big Bend, which was the final set piece battle of the Rogue River Indian Wars, and it took place in May of 1856. And that's located near the community of Agnes on the sort of lower portion of the Rogue River Canyon.
Thank you.
And we also have this in electronic form, if we can pull that up. Professor, do you see the slide presentation on the laptop in front of you?
I do.
Great. Can you give me a general sense of the time frame for the Oregon territorial period?
Sure. And I think we could advance to the next slide for that. And I put this slide together as just a capsule summary for our purposes here of the history of Oregon and how the Oregon territorial period fits into it. So the Pacific Northwest and Oregon in particular has a human history of over 18,000 years. And in fact, some colleagues of mine recently just obtained some radiocarbon dates of 18,000 years on an archaeological site not too far from where we're sitting right now. The European or American era in the Pacific Northwest begins in the 1500s when the Spanish, the English, French, and other great powers began to send their ships into the Pacific Ocean and travel up the Northwest coast. This was in search of the so-called Northwest Passage, and it was also a imperial competition to see who would gain dominion over the Pacific Northwest from the point of view of European colonial powers. That opened up a 100-year plus long trade in furs and European goods on the Pacific Northwest coast. In the early 19th century, the first proper European settlements were set in what is to become the state of Oregon. That began with the Lewis and Clark expedition, but accelerated with the American Fur Company's establishment of Astoria. By the War of 1812, that had been taken over by the British and became Fort George, and that established a several decades long dominion of the British Hudson's Bay Company over what we think of today as the Pacific Northwest and Oregon. The Hudson's Bay Company established their major headquarters at Fort Vancouver, which is today Vancouver, Washington. And that was, as I said, Oregon was under British domain at that point. The American influence in Oregon begins primarily in the 1830s with the establishment of our first American colony, Willamette Mission, down by Salem in 1834. And as we all learned in school, accelerates in the early 1840s with the opening of the Emigrant Trail, the Oregon Trail, that saw tens of thousands of American settlers in their wagons travel westward and settle mostly in the Willamette Valley. That set up debate between Great Britain and the United States over who had colonial domain over Oregon. And that debate was settled in 1846 with the so-called boundary dispute by treaty with Great Britain. In 1848, you had a convergence of several events. The gold rush that spilled over into Southern Oregon. You had the settlement of the Mexican-American War, which encouraged America to see itself as a sea to shining sea nation state. And you had the establishment of Oregon officially as a territory of the United States by the federal government. That was 1848. In 1857, the American citizens set up their constitutional convention, and the Constitution was passed in 1859 when we became a state. So
It was passed in 1857 by the voters in November, and then ultimately ratified through adoption of the state in 1859.
The voters of Oregon?
Yes.
Cool.
Right.
Yeah. Nice. So the Oregon territorial period, to answer the question, technically is the period of time after Oregon officially becomes a territory in 1848 and 1859. But in the way I think about it, I tend to sometimes include the 1840s when Americans were coming in, settling in Oregon as well.
But the period of your scholarship tends to end with Oregon statehood in 1859.
Most of my scholarship ends in 1859. Yeah.
Professor, where have you given presentations on Oregon's territorial period?
Yeah, as an academic, I give presentations in various contexts in various places. I have given lectures on Oregon's territorial history to 6 people in the library in the small town of Powers, Oregon, and to an audience of academics at Cambridge University in the United Kingdom. Every year, I give at least 2 or 3 professional lectures at academic conferences in the state of Oregon, locally, on the nation, in national conferences, and sometimes international conferences. I also give a variety of public talks. I speak in, like I said, in libraries and historical societies. I teach this material to my students. And for a couple of years, I was a co-host of a radio show on Jefferson Public Radio about the history of the Pacific Northwest.
And this is probably a good stopping point just for a break. I just had a couple quick questions before we go. 1834, again, just nerding out. Was that Jason Lee? Is that where he established the Willamette Mission, or was that someone else?
I believe that's right. Jason Lee, the Methodist Mission, Willamette Mission. And then I don't know if that was the same year, but Marcus Whitman also established a mission up in northeastern Oregon.
In Oregon Territory at the time?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. And Spalding as well.
And Eliza Spalding, that's right.
Got it. Thank you. We'll take a break.
Court is now in session.
Thank you. Before we get any further, I just want to make sure I confirm, Doctor, that, yeah, you're aware that the voters voted in the Oregon Constitution in November of 1857. They agreed to that to be sent to the national government, correct?
I didn't know that specifically, but yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Professor, what organizations do you serve on in your professional capacity?
I am a member of the Association of Oregon Archaeologists. I'm a member of the Society for American Archaeology, which is the professional association of archaeologists working in North America. I am a member of the Society for Historical Archaeology, which is the association of professional archaeologists who conduct archaeology in the time frame of the last 500 years, and that's an international organization. I am also a sometime member of the Oregon Historical Society, but I let my dues lapse this year, so I can't say that right now. So those are the professional organizations I'm a part of. I'm also completing an 8-year term as a governor's appointee to the State Advisory Committee for Historic Preservation for the state of Oregon.
And what has been the focus of your professional research since you received your doctorate?
Since I received my PhD, my doctorate, and even before, the primary focus of my research has been the Oregon territorial period in specificity and of the American West in general.
And where have you published your research?
I have published academic peer-reviewed articles in a variety of academic journals. Specifically about the Oregon territorial period, I published an article about the history of indigenous and settler relations in the territorial period in a journal called American Anthropologist, which is the leading journal for anthropology in North America. That was in 2007. I also published an article about the United States military's presence in the Oregon territorial period, specifically around the archaeology of a site called Fort Lane, which is where a good portion of the military was stationed in Jackson County during the territorial period. That was in the journal called Historical Archaeology. I published a peer-reviewed article about a settler fortification called Miners Fort, which is where some of Oregon's territorial militia had constructed this fort and served in it during the Rogue River War. And that was published in an academic journal called American Antiquity, which is the leading journal for archaeology but a lot of contemporary archaeology is also deals with what we call the historic period, the period of time when people have written documents like that have written testimony about the events that we're interested. So the resources I use as a historical archaeologist are the archaeological record, which are the material things left behind by people, architectural remains, artifacts, food remains, things like that. And then I also use the techniques of history, primary documents. Those are the diaries and journals of participants in the historical moments we're interested in, government records, such as records of the United States military, after action reports, orders, inventories of supplies. I've also used, for example, the records of the Bureau of Indian Affairs during the Oregon territorial period. That's been a big part of my research. In that era, it was called the Superintendency of Indian Affairs, and that was a federal agency that dealt with the treaty process and negotiating between indigenous people and the federal government. So those are meant to all be examples of primary documents, and also newspapers, just newspaper after newspaper. And in the service of that, I have conducted research in the National Archives in Washington, D.C. I had a summer-long internship at the Smithsonian Institution for that purpose. At the Bancroft Library at Berkeley, which has a tremendous archive of primary documents relating to the American West, at the Burke Museum and at the University of Washington, at the Oregon Historical Society in Portland, and in the State Archives in Salem. So primary documents, resource number 2. And then finally, there are what we call oral history or oral traditions, which are the stories told by contemporary communities, in this case, whether settler or indigenous, stories that reverberate through the generations that refer to the time period under consideration, and in my case, the Oregon territorial period.
And are these the sort of sources that a professional historical archaeologist would reasonably rely on to form an opinion about material culture in Oregon's history?
Yes, that's right. I've been fortunate to have been trained and gone to school with some of the leading proponents of historical archaeology, and I was trained in how to understand, manage, and critique those 3 different kinds of sources. It's pretty standard procedure.
So can you give the court an overview of where you have conducted archaeological excavations?
Yes, I mentioned I grew up in New England and did my undergraduate and master's in New England, and I conducted archaeological investigations and historical research in many places around New England, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and Vermont. A big project I did was an indigenous site that was 3,000 years on the island called Block Island. I worked on Martha's Vineyard. I excavated colonial cemetery in Connecticut from the late 1700s and early 1800s. I even did a small project at the American Precision Museum in Windsor, Vermont, which was one of the buildings relating to the Windsor Armory, which was one of the main armament production centers that eventually produced a lot of firearms for the American West. The majority of my field work in New England, though, was related to wars of the early colonial period, particularly between the Pequot and Narragansett people and the colonial settlers of Rhode Island and Connecticut. And in that capacity, I excavated a number of the sites that those folks lived in the 1600s, and was party to the discovery of a major fortification that the Pequot tribe built during their wars with the Narragansett and the British colonies. And that was in New England. In the early 90s, I moved to Oregon and began to work for my academic professors at the University of Oregon. And in that capacity, I gained further training and experiences participating and doing work for them in Southeast Alaska on indigenous sites, in Southern California, where I had the fortune to work on a 13,000-year-old indigenous site on the Channel Islands in the Santa Barbara area. I worked while a graduate student. I was a staff member of the Museum of Anthropology at the University of Oregon. And in that capacity, as a New Englander fresh to Oregon, they sent me all over the state to conduct archaeological projects of various scales, and I gained a lot of experience that way in both doing archaeology and in Oregon's archaeology and history. That was a tremendous experience. And in recent years, I've come back to Eastern Oregon, and I'm working in Northeastern Oregon right now on an African American logging community in Wallowa County with a museum up there. And I am just in the last year or two, I've started a new project in northern Mexico looking at battlefields of the Mexican-American War, and in particular the Battle of Buena Vista from February of 1847. And that's the range of some of my archaeological experiences.
And where has the majority of your work been focused?
The majority of my work, in addition to what I just said, the actual majority and focus has been mostly in Western Oregon, and in particular the Rogue River Valley, the Oregon coast, a little bit in the Willamette Valley, and related to Oregon's territorial period.
And how many archaeological investigations have you performed in Oregon?
Hundreds and hundreds. Now, in archaeological research, there's projects of different scales. For example, just this past summer, I was fortunate enough to get a consulting contract to help a watershed organization remove a dam on the Donner and Blitzen River, and they needed to hire an archaeologist to make sure they're not damaging any cultural resources. But that did give me the opportunity to get out to the Steens and write a short report on the history of Harney County and learn a little bit more about where we are right now. So that's a small project, but then they range up to larger projects where you do a full-on excavation. The picture in the upper left is a portion of a 10-year project we did at the U.S. Army's Fort Lane that I did with my students and staff members. And that picture that you can see right there, that is about 4 weeks of effort to excavate an enlistment's barracks from the Oregon territorial period in Jackson County, Oregon. So I'm not sure if I answered the question fully. It was how many projects I have done.
And would it be safe to say that you've excavated sites, generally speaking, in all regions of Oregon? In
all regions of Oregon, with a particular emphasis on Western and Southern Oregon, yes.
And are you also familiar with the excavations performed by others within Oregon?
Yeah, it's one of the characteristics of academic research to belong to a community of scholars. We don't work in a vacuum. And part of my responsibility as an academic is to keep up with the research of my peers. And over the last 20 years, research into Oregon's territorial period or the settlement era of the American West has become very popular for a variety of reasons. And also in the state of Oregon in particular, there has been some extensive archaeological and historical research at Fort Vancouver, which was the Hudson's Bay Company headquarters, and also a headquarters of the United States Army after that. It was the major depot for the United States Army during the territorial period. Portland State University has done that work for years in conjunction with the National Park Service. Oregon State University likewise has conducted over, 2 decades of research at 2 Oregon territorial sites, Fort Yamhill and Fort Hoskins on the western side of the Willamette Valley. Those sites, again, those excavations put that one to shame in terms of sheer scale. I mean, they just excavated and excavated. And that project probably recovered a couple of thousand artifacts. They've had tens of thousands of artifacts. And those particular sites, Fort Vancouver, Fort Yamhill, and Fort Hoskins, all have occupations dating through the Civil War period, unlike my site, so the 1860s. Those scholars produce technical monographs that document their research, just as I do, and we share those documents. We share conferences, we listen to each other talk, we're personal friends, and we converse and share information. And that work informs each other. Like when I find an artifact, like on the more conglomerate slide, I can compare it to artifacts found at those other sites. And those are just some examples. I'm familiar with archaeological sites across the American West. And we get a sense of who's finding what and can talk about the significance of that.
So tell me a little about when you excavate a site. What types of things can you learn about the historical record that's unique to archaeology?
Yeah, historical archaeology is a lot of fun, and one of the advantages of it is the cross-cutting kinds of information. So when we're excavating a site like this, what is kind of typical is we'll employ the primary documents. I provided just a couple of examples to provide an example. So on the lower left of this slide, you see an image drawn by a man named Captain Andrew Jackson Smith, a West Point trained 41-year-old captain who came out west with the United States Army and was given the job of building the U.S. Army's Fort Lane in 1853. So he drew this image, and it accompanied a report to his headquarters in the Bay Area of California. And so there's a textual component to it and this illustration. And the illustration is very detailed. It shows, and according to his description, the row of officers' quarters on the right side of the parade ground, the row of enlisted men's barracks on the left side of the parade ground. And in the back of the parade ground, you have the hospital, the jail, the guardhouse, and the storage house. Now, we ask a bunch of different questions when we do academic questions when we do this research, but a basic one is, what is the layout of the archaeological site? Through our efforts, this became an Oregon State Heritage Area, and hopefully in the future a state park. So it has this practical dimension. The state of Oregon wants to know, like, where are the different parts of the site? So we compile that historical information, and then we spent a couple of years conducting what we call geophysical survey, which is where we use non-invasive techniques like ground penetrating radar, electrical resistivity. We use LIDAR, which is using lasers to get high precision topographic maps. And then through a series of field projects, we excavated different portions of the site and figured out where all those buildings were. And that's a slow process. And if we can go back to the other slide, and having established where different parts are to this fort, we can excavate, as we did, the officers' quarters and see what the material culture of a U.S. military officer was in 1853 to 1856, and how that tied into some different kinds of academic and otherwise interesting questions, and the enlisted men's barracks. And from there, and we recover artifacts of different styles, glass trade beads that the military personnel used to negotiate with indigenous people around them. The thing with the eagle on the top, that's a label to a curry comb, which these were horse soldiers, and this was part of a comb, a Wheeler curly comb that they used to brush their horses. I didn't know what a curry comb was before I found that artifact, and that's how you learned about things. And then, or buttons, that military dragoon button in the middle, or as found in one of the officers' quarters, that brass label to a French cologne container that was found in the officers' quarters. And I'm just trying to provide some examples to illustrate the question. I don't mean to go on about this, but systematic excavation, keep track of everything, recover a variety of different classes of archaeological material. Plus, we draw maps and plans in the field.
So can you give me a specific example where archaeology has contributed to your understanding of a historical event, particularly around the history of firearms here in Oregon during the territorial period?
Yes, and an example I thought would be useful to illustrate those, if we can go to the next slide, has to do with the battle we talked about earlier, the battle that I take the military cadets to as part of their staff ride. This is the Battle of Big Bend that took place in May of 1856. And it was the culminating set piece battle that ended the so-called Rogue River War of 1855-56. And the question is how does archaeology inform historical analysis? And again, here's an example of that. So the received historical story about this battle includes the following. Captain Andrew Jackson Smith, the same man who commanded Fort Lane, led his soldiers with his subordinate officer, Lieutenant Schweitzer, into battle against indigenous people, and he was outnumbered and quickly surrounded on a hilltop. We know from both Fort Lane and from this battle that his men were armed primarily, or most of his men were armed primarily with the short-barreled model 1842 69 caliber musketoon. And this was designed to have a short barrel to be more efficient on horseback, and they were horse soldiers, as I just said. But we know from the historical record that the soldiers complained, and the officers too, complained about the inaccuracy of the weapon and its lack of range. One account said he couldn't hit a raccoon in an apple tree with this weapon. And it had a range of about 50 yards or 50 meters in the metric system. So the story of the battle from the historical documents speaks to, while Captain Smith was trapped on this hilltop, his men took many casualties from the surrounding indigenous forces, more than Lieutenant Schweitzer's. So eventually the battle was won by the United States Army because of the arrival of US reinforcements, military reinforcements. So we went to this battlefield and we used surveying equipment to reconstruct the topography of the site. That's part of the archaeological process. And we used metal detectors and other kinds of archaeological technique to recover the artifacts. And we clearly identified Smith's perimeter on a hilltop. All the little dots represent various artifacts, musket balls, and we do ballistic analysis of the munitions. Are they fired? Are they unfired? Percussion caps, the little fulminate-filled copper caps of the percussion muskets that they were armed with. And then we use computer mapping, what we call geographic information systems, to plot those on a map. And the original question was, how does archaeology contribute to our understanding of a historical event? And in this case, the blue line shows the perimeter of Smith's military perimeter as determined by the distribution of artifacts. And then the gray shaded area around that is a 50-yard buffer around that perimeter to represent the effective range of the musketoons that were used by those soldiers. And we also know that because of the 69 caliber shot, which was the standard caliber of the arms used by the soldiers in that era. So that was their effective range. We know from the distribution of other artifacts that, and from the historical documents, that the indigenous people that surrounded them had flintlock rifles and flintlock long arms. And we could see the distribution of those munitions as well. So if you look at this next image, this is the same exact information, but now the shading shows the range from the indigenous position, and we could tell that the topography shows that the indigenous forces were on a hill overlooking Smith's position. And those concentric lines show 50, 100, 150, and 200 meter distance from the indigenous position. And the indigenous weapons, the flintlock rifles and these smoothbore flintlocks had an effective range of up to 100 meters, twice as long as Smith's weapons. And the archaeological analysis shows that Smith made a terrible decision in where to position his perimeter, that he opened up his men to gunfire. The indigenous people got the higher ground on him, and they were able to reach Smith's position, not necessarily Schweitzer's position. And this is all determined by a ballistic analysis of the artifacts we found in their spatial context on the archaeological grounds, the topography of the site. And again, this is just an example to illustrate the point about how archaeology can help talk to some of these kinds of issues.
So can you walk me through what you do once you've excavated a site and you've removed artifacts?
Yes. So
You got water? Okay.
yes, thank you. So a big project like at Fort Lane or at Miners Fort, the militia fort we excavated, produces thousands of artifacts. And when we take them back to the lab, they arrive in bags, and the artifacts are dirty. They're labeled to where they came from in the site. And I have a lab at the university, and we have students and community volunteers and professional staff members, and we sort those artifacts. We do a basic cleaning on them, and we sort them into categories: bottle glass, lead munitions, animal bones from things that people were eating, glass trade beads, tobacco pipes, which is the object in the upper right there, ceramics, and the like. So basic categories based on their material, based on their function. And while that's happening, we have other people taking professional macro photography of the artifacts, which is part of documenting them for posterity. You see the results of that in some of these images. And we also have people doing the computer mapping, drafting maps and plans of the sites. And again, you're seeing some of the results of that here. Once that process is done, which can take sometimes months or even a year or years, then we have specialists come in. And as a professional archaeologist, you're supposed to know generally what we all know, and then you have a specialty within archaeology. So for example, I I know how to identify animal bones to species based on the bone. So I can identify the different animal bones that come out of an archaeological site and how they were butchered and disarticulated. That speaks to what people were eating at an archaeological site, their subsistence or diet. I'm also an expert in munitions now as a result of all this research, identifying artifacts to caliber, whether they're munitions to caliber, whether they're fired or unfired, whether it's a pistol percussion cap or a long arm percussion cap and the like. And then we have other specialists, people who look at historic ceramics. Are they Chinese ceramics, like the ones in the lower right, or are they American or English made ceramics, like the one in the middle, and so forth and so on. And each of those specialists takes their artifacts. We have a master computer and paper catalog of the artifacts, and then we produce a large technical monograph, which we can share with our colleagues and with the state of Oregon, who regulates this process. And I think that's the extent of the archaeological process.
So you've mentioned 3 different resources that you practice, that you use in your practice: the archaeological record, which you've just walked us through, primary documents, also oral history.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think this tripartite method of research is particularly effective?
It's effective because it's cross-checking, because no one data source can tell you everything you want to know or need to know, and no single kind of information gives you the whole truth, if even such a thing is possible. So the material remains speak to very concrete things, like you can't deny a 69 caliber lead shot that's been fired from a weapon, right? But that doesn't speak to, the recreation of the activities of the person who fired it, if they were enlisted man trapped in this fort on the very edge of the frontier with very little access to other things. And you could see those kinds of things play out. So the archaeological material can speak to that, but then you can read a historic document that says these barracks were so cramped and hot in the summertime and filled with fleas that I'd rather sleep in a hammock between the trees. And again, that's a small example about a daily life thing, but it's the cross-cutting, the self-regulating. You could learn something from oral history that you can't learn from the written documentation, and you could learn something from the archaeological record that you can't learn from the historical record, and so forth and so on.
So how do you evaluate sources and evidence when you're conducting historical research?
The simple answer to that question is sample size. And in the discipline of history, there's a concept called source criticism, which suggests that, along the lines of what I was just talking about, that any one source is inherently going to have its own limitations and biases. It's only one section of a bigger picture. The person who wrote it down everyone has a political agenda, everyone has a bias, and so there's going to be some kind of bias within it. So in order to get a fuller and more accurate picture, you have to assemble as many sources as possible. And that includes the oral history, the written documentation, and the archaeology. If you find no single data point is sufficient, and so you have one account that says this thing, well, if that is to have some currency, you need another one that says it, and another one, and then another one. And there's no absolute answer as to how many is sufficient. It depends on scale and purpose and a variety of other things, but it's essentially a sample size issue that suggests that any one piece of information is not necessarily reliable without corroborating or cross-cutting accounts.
So I'm going to approach the witness with a...
Yeah, you're welcome to. What are the rose-colored items there? Go ahead, you can approach. I'm just...
Those are glass beads, and they're tiny, right? And we find those fairly commonly at archaeological sites of the Oregon territorial period. At Fort Vancouver, so they probably originate in the Hudson's Bay Company, and they were long accepted as currency in the social and economic interactions between Europeans and indigenous people. And one of the sort of interesting thing that we've all learned collectively through this research is traditionally those glass trade beads are seen as a Hudson's Bay Company thing, but we find them in all the American sites too. So they were continued to be used in this role as some kind of medium of exchange. I mean, this was probably a fairly male gendered space. And there's like this stereotype that they represent women's things. And so there's like these different cross-cutting like things to think about with glass trade beads, but they're common in all these sites.
And this was found at Fort Lane.
That particular one, I believe, was found in Fort Lane, but I'm not 100% sure. There were definitely many beads like similar to that, and they come in blue and white and different colors. Those were fancy ones right there.
Perfect. Just attracted my eye, so I wanted to know what it was.
Mhm.
Go ahead, please.
Professor, I've handed you what has been marked as Exhibit 154.
Yes,
Do you recognize that document?
yes, this is my curriculum vitae or CV, my resume.
And did you prepare that document?
I did.
And is it accurate?
It should be. It is.
So defendants move to admit Exhibit 154 under Oregon Rules of Evidence 104 and 702.
I didn't make my binder, but I'll look at the example that was offered with the offered to the court, and I won't write on this one. How about that?
I have an additional copy if that would be helpful.
I'd like to be able to look at them in case you're referencing it. Thank you. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
154 is admitted.
And defendants would move the court under Oregon Rules of Evidence 702 to admit Professor Tveskoff as an expert in Oregon's history of material culture during the mid-19th century.
Your Honor, plaintiffs do have one objection here. Looking over the slideshow, I would say some of what the witness intends to testify about will be needless presentation of cumulative evidence under Rule 403.
You can make those objections when they come up. In terms of his expertise, I would find. Repeat what you just said in terms of what you're offering him for material history. An expert in the Oregon history.
So we are offering him as an expert in Oregon's history of material culture during the mid-19th century.
I will admit him as such under 702. Thank you.
Professor, I would like to talk a bit about your research into material culture and firearms specifically during the Oregon territorial period.
Okay.
Can you give the court a sense of how firearms were getting to Oregon during the territorial period?
Yes, and I think we have a slide for this as well. So
You marked the slides, by the way. I didn't see if you marked this slideshow. I think it'd be important for the next courts to evaluate it. So
We are not offering it as an exhibit. We are offering it for demonstrative purposes only.
court will admit it as 201. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So to answer the question,
Demonstrably, but I think it's important.
I was just going to say, Your Honor, not for the truth, just
Just
demonstrably.
demonstrably, I think
Thank
it's
you, Your Honor.
important to consider it in context of his testimony, because the way he's talking about things, it's clearly reference to the visual items that he's looking at, and I think the court would need to look at this in making its final determination about this particular witness.
understood, Your Honor.
So it'll be admitted as 201.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
okay. The question, how did firearms get to Oregon? The first thing to point out is where the firearms came from. And the center of the U.S. firearms industry was famously the Connecticut River Valley, principally in the communities of New Haven, Connecticut, Middletown, Hartford, and Springfield, which is actually in Massachusetts, and in Windsor, Vermont. And by the Oregon territorial period, that was the center of the U.S. firearms industry. There were also weapons made in Missouri and St. Louis, and also in France and England were also produced a lot of firearms that made their way to the Oregon territory. So the way that those firearms got out here was to somewhat extent a challenge. If you lived in Boston, say, or in Charleston, South Carolina, you would have had fairly easy access to urban centers that were, for a couple of hundred years by now, moving goods to people. Oregon, even by the 1850s, was still on the periphery of what we call today the supply chain. So it was a long trip to Oregon. The Hudson's Bay Company had worked on this for a couple of decades, as by the 1830s, the Hudson's Bay Company had established overland trails over the Canadian Rockies to Hudson's Bay, and from there trails to the Ontario and Toronto, the major Quebec, the cities there, and by ship to England. And they passed back and forth over the goods and services over those trails pretty regularly. They also moved goods to Fort Vancouver and also to Puget Sound by ship pretty regularly as well. There was something else I wanted to say about that in particular. Maybe I'll think of it. So that was the Hudson's Bay Company. And, oh, I know what it was, that the Hudson's Bay Company had a pretty big monopoly on the movement of goods and services into Oregon through the 1840s, even after Americans had settled in Oregon. And the first travelers over the Oregon Trail, right up through the late 1840s and the beginning of the 1850s, were reliant to a large extent on supply chains through the Hudson's Bay Company. So that's that point. Then in the late 1840s and into the 1850s, the Americans did begin to move goods, not just people and wagons, over the overland trails and the Oregon Trail. And by 1855, by the time of the Oregon constitutional efforts, there were freight services traveling over those trails. And another route that goods and services came to Oregon and the Oregon Territory was by sea. The Panama was long recognized as a pinch point there where you can get from the Atlantic to the Pacific writ large. And by the 1850s, certainly there was regular sea commerce from Boston, from Philadelphia, from Charleston, from Washington, no, not from Washington, but primarily New Orleans, that came to the Caribbean side of Panama. And in 1855, the Americans completed the Panama Railroad that shipped people and goods across the Isthmus of Panama. And certainly with the gold rush and the American territorial period, there were regular ships leaving from Panama City to San Francisco, and entrepreneurs in San Francisco set up by the 1850s regular ocean passages. There were two ships, the Seagull and the Columbia, that made regular runs between San Francisco and Portland and Oregon City, moving goods and services. So those were the main routes that durable goods as well as people, including firearms, ultimately made it to the Oregon Territory during the territorial period.
So for a civilian, how long would it take to get a firearm in Oregon in the 1850s if you lived outside a metropolitan area?
If you were an
Objection calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Your Honor, he's testified that he understands how goods made their way into Oregon, and he also knows a significant amount about Oregon settler lifestyle during this period.
I didn't understand the question, I don't think. So I'll have you restate it.
Sure. So for a civilian, typically how long would it take to get a firearm in Oregon in the 1850s if they lived outside of, say, a metro center?
Same objections, Your Honor.
I'll overrule. If you know.
Oh, so,
I guess I want to know what you mean by that. Are you saying, so firearms are brought over by freight and taken to a place? So I think maybe that would be the first foundational question. And then how often people went to those places where freight was taken to get firearms? I guess that would be another question. Or are you specifically asking if you ordered a firearm from one of these places in another place, how long would it take you to get that firearm? Because those are three very different concepts under history, and I would like you to, so I think I sustain the objection because I think it's broad and vague.
I'll restate it. Professor, if you were an individual living in Oregon in the 1850s outside of the metropolitan area, and you wished to obtain a firearm from, somewhere within Oregon, how long would you generally say that would take?
So the principal issue here is unpredictability. The unpredictability of the goods coming over those overland trails and of the goods being shipped by ship through Panama to San Francisco to Portland. So Oregon was a very remote place in that time period. In my studies, I have, for example, read the journal of that Lieutenant Schweitzer, which is pretty interesting and for many reasons. But one of the things that he speaks about is his journey to Oregon. And in his case, it took him 6 months to get from Missouri to Oregon by sea. And he thought it was grand. He was taking the the Panama Railroad, which had just opened up, and he thought it was a marvel of modern technology. But it took him 6 months to do it, like New Orleans to Cuba to Panama to San Francisco. So anything that was coming that way would take several months, and then overland would have been a matter of several months. So in this hypothetical, if you were a rural American Oregonian living on a homestead or farm somewhere, to obtain a firearm, you would have ridden to town, which would have been a matter of a half a day, or whatever, depending on where you were. And then you would have had to have visited a shop, a mercantile run by, I'm sorry, either a Hudson's Bay Company merchant or an American merchant. And then whether or not you would be able to obtain a firearm or any other material good that you were interested in would depend on the unpredictability of the supply chain and whether it was in stock or not. So, and if it was not in stock, theoretically, you could order it and then wait for it to come. And then the shopkeeper is in the same unpredictable position of waiting for it to arrive.
So let me ask you the same question, but for an individual in Oregon who lives within a metro area.
If you lived in a metro area and in the Oregon territorial period, what we mean by that is Portland, Oregon City, Salem, Jacksonville during the gold rush, towns like that.
Canyon City.
What's that?
Canyon City, Grant County's seat.
1862.
So
Yeah, that was after the territorial period.
I get real protective of my place. Sorry. Anyhow, I'll let you complete your.
Sure. No, Canyon City is lovely. But it was after the Oregon territorial period. So if you lived in one of those communities during the Oregon territorial period, the same exact factors would apply minus the trip into town.
So before we talk about the firearms that were likely present in Oregon during the territorial period, can you talk about the evolution of firearm technology in the American West and in the Oregon Territory in particular during this period?
Yes. We have a slide, I believe, for this. So the answer to this question intersects with the previous question about supply chain and immigrant trails, because it was a fundamental nature of the Oregon Territory that it was on the end of the supply chain where supplies were unpredictable and where American settlers in particular often, and this is a cultural attribution. I mean, I'm an anthropologist who studies culture ultimately. And it was a cultural factor of American settlers of the Oregon Territory to be self-reliant and independent. And that was partially a factor of their lives on the end of that supply chain. You had to make do, and the things you needed had to work. So that point in relation to firearms technology suggests that the settlers of the Oregon Territory were the beneficiaries of the previous 50 years of firearm technology, which means that in the late 1700s, you have the development of the American long rifle, the Pennsylvania, Kentucky long rifle that we're using the flintlock ignition system. There was also the smoothbore musket of various sizes. And that was late 1700s and the early 1800s. The percussion cap ignition system was invented, I believe, in Europe sometime in the early 1800s. And that was a small cup of copper alloy that contained a chemical they called a fulminate that exploded. That was the ignition system. That was the ignition to fire the propulsion. And that kind of ignition system replaced the flintlock. And to give you a sense of what those percussion caps of the era look like, on this slide, there are examples of pistol percussion caps that would have fit a single shot muzzle loading pistol or maybe a Colt revolver. And then on the bottom are percussion caps that would have fit at like a Springfield musket of that era. And that's what those look like. And some of them are fired examples and some of them are unfired examples. And I excavated those the summer at the site of the Battle of Buena Vista that dates to February of 1847. So that percussion cap ignition system made it out to Oregon during the Oregon territorial period. The other aspect of firearms technology relevant to the Oregon territorial period is the revolver. And as is famously known, Samuel Colt invented or at least patented the revolver in 1836. And with the Colt Patterson, I believe, was the first model. And that had military applications, but also became in civilian hands and eventually became this iconic weapon of the American West and was present and was relevant to Oregonians of the Oregon territorial period. And another weapon, I sometimes refer to it as a revolver, but I don't think that's technically accurate, but is the pepper box. That was the handgun that had a series of barrels sort of welded together, and the barrels rotated rather than just the cylinder. And those would have been present in Oregon and during the Oregon territorial period. So what I tried to do was describe sort of the technical evolution of this kind of material culture, and that was relevant to the Oregon territorial period.
So earlier you mentioned several military fortification sites that you've excavated.
Mm-hmm.
In your expert opinion, what types of firearms were used by the military in Oregon during the territorial period?
So you can look at that from the textual evidence and from the archaeological evidence. And if we could have the next slide, please. So there's a tremendous amount of textual evidence that describes what the U.S. Army, the federal army, was using in the Oregon Territory during the late 1840s, or more particularly the 1850s. That image on this slide is right out of the U.S. Army Ordnance Manual, which was the official manual of the United States Army, and that dictated what their soldiers were supposed to have by the regulation. And it describes what is confirmed in many, many other textual pieces of information, that the standard long arm of the United States Army was the single-shot Springfield musket, which was a smoothbore muzzle-loading weapon that started the 1800s as a flintlock ignition system and became sometimes retrofitted, but also newly manufactured with the percussion cap system. There were also rifles in the 1840s and the 1850s based on basically the Springfield platform, and that included another sort of famous firearm, the Mississippi rifle, that was developed in 1841. And that armed some volunteer and federal military units by the 1840s and 1850s. There was an early, not quite successful attempt at a Hall carbine, at a breech loading weapon. That was the Hall carbine. That actually was initially manufactured with the flintlock ignition system. And a breech, in this context, breech loading means you could essentially break the firearm in half and put the munition in from the breech rather than muzzle load it, which had obvious, practical applications. This weapon was still in the regulations in the 1850s, and there's some textual evidence to suggest it was present, but it was clearly an unsuccessful weapon. It had not solved a fundamental problem of a very tight seal of the breech, so it could malfunction. It was inaccurate, but it was still a sort of innovative weapon of its time. The military was also armed with single-shot muzzle-loading handguns, and that included flintlock versions that eventually, again, sometimes retrofitted, but eventually manufactured with the cap and ball percussion system. And then any number of the early Colt revolver models. I listed some on the slide here: the Patterson, Walker, the Navy, and Dragoon. And these are the kinds of Colts that were manufactured, to my knowledge, during the Oregon territorial period. Each of them was, again, a percussion cap ignition system and was loaded either with a ball and powder or a paper cartridge of ball and powder. And to my knowledge, those are the military weapons in the Oregon territorial period.
And this is based on 1850.
These are,
Looking at your document, that's why I want to make sure I'm clear in my mind.
I'm sorry, could you?
The document says U.S. military weapons, 1850.
Oh, that particular image is from the
image is from
manual of 1850. And that manual was published like every 5 or 10 years. So that was 1850. My generalization of what were the military arms is based primarily on what the military had in the Oregon Territory during the 1850s. And the dates on this slide are basically my understanding from my research about when those weapons were manufactured or used.
Thank you.
Generally.
On the Rogue River War, I noted on the Secretary of State's website and from the archive that they have about a 5.75 cubic foot record regarding the Rogue River Indian War supply records. Have you reviewed those?
I have.
And this includes these weapons primarily?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So you've mentioned primary resources here. Do you see evidence in the archaeological record for these same firearms?
Yes. And the next slide, one of the main indicators of firearms in any context, and in this case military, are the actual munitions themselves. And in the military sites that I've excavated, we see ample evidence for the Springfield musket or musketoon, because that was made in 69 caliber form and in 58 caliber form. And you can find the lead ball and measure its caliber. And the 69 caliber lead ball is one of the most ubiquitous artifacts in military sites in Oregon dating to the territorial period. So that firearm is well attested for. We also find 54 caliber, 44 caliber, 54 caliber, and many calibers that are consistent with the firearms that the military says it had in its textual evidence. In addition to that, I mentioned some of the percussion caps we found from the Mexican-American War and from 1847, but percussion caps are also very common in military archaeological sites, suggesting or indicating that ignition technology was used by the military in the United States military in the 1850s. And again, there's some shown on the slide. In the upper right is a pistol percussion cap from Fort Lane, from one of the officers' quarters, I believe, and long arm percussion caps on the bottom right. And we find many of those artifacts at the military sites. The site, and the slide is cut off on that screen, I don't know, it is on every screen, but that is another one, a military site I worked on. It's called Camp Castaway. And that was where a company of U.S. Army Dragoons was shipwrecked on the North Spit of Coos Bay in 1852. And they were trying to garrison the new post of Fort Orford. And they had a whole bunch of supplies from San Francisco that they were trying to get to Fort Orford. So on the beach at Coos Bay, they built this tent city out of the wreckage of their ship and lived for a couple of months. And we excavated that a few years ago. And there was several interesting things about that site, but for the current discussion, for one, it has, again, the pistol percussion caps and the long arm percussion caps. And below it was an interesting artifact, in my opinion, in that it was from a part of the site that was not filled with many other artifacts. In other words, those 3 pieces of lead ball were found right together. And it was a 69 caliber ball and 3 31 caliber balls. And that was a standard paper cartridge munition for the 69 caliber musketoon. They called it, and they still do in black powder circles, the buck and ball cartridge. And that was a paper cartridge with powder, the 69 caliber ball, and then the 3 31 caliber. And that was a standard cartridge for the United States Army, a paper cartridge shipped out to places like Oregon in wooden boxes. And here we found material evidence of that in the form of these 4 artifacts. The implication being the paper, which is perishable, rots away, and leaves the artifacts in its place. And I think that's, yeah.
So in your expert opinion, what was the role of the military in the Oregon Territory in terms of firearm technology?
Yeah, that's been a subject of a lot of my research. And in the military, in some ways, circumvented some of the logistical supply chain problems that the civilians had. Not entirely, but because of the military resources and the headquarters at Benicia, California, in the Bay Area, and Fort Vancouver, they were able to muster resources to supply their outposts to some extent better than an equivalent civilian outpost. And additionally, in terms of firearms themselves, in this era and earlier in the 19th century, firearms manufacturers then, as now, contracted with the US government to develop and experiment and figure out the latest in military technology. So the US government was kind of funding that, and the US Army was the beneficiary of the latest technology. And the example par excellence for that is the Colt revolver. That was picked up by the military pretty quick. But unlike today, there wasn't quite the seal between military
Your Honor, I'm gonna
manufacturing.
object is outside the scope of the witness's expertise, speaking about modern day military.
He's giving an example of his understanding of modern versus those times and the seal between the two. I'm going to overrule. Go ahead and finish your question. The answer, sir.
Sure. So the point I was trying to make was that firearms manufacturers often sold the weapons they were manufacturing for the Army to civilians with very little, anything to stop them. So I'm not sure if I finished the point there. The role of the military in the firearms. So the U.S. Army during the Oregon territorial period facilitated the transport of firearms to Oregon, and also transported some of the best firearms of the day to Oregon, and that was in contravailing to the supply chain problems that civilians and everybody in Oregon were subjected to.
So what types of firearms would have been available to civilians in Oregon in the territorial period?
Well, when you read the documents, when you read primary documents, including, for example, the documents at the state archives on the Rogue River War that were just mentioned, the picture that emerges is, again, a picture of tried and true technology that was easily repairable, practical, and that worked really well. Oregon civilians of the Oregon territorial period, and they were also serving, of course, in the militia, were armed with, in terms of long arms, single shot smoothbore flintlocks and single shot flintlock or Pennsylvania rifles. So that was already, to some extent, an older technology, but many of those weapons came over the Oregon Trail. They worked really well. And from a cultural point of view, the flintlock rifle had already achieved its status as like an iconic weapon, partially because of how effective and it worked. And those were the standard long arms to a great extent of Oregon civilians, and then during their participation in, say, the militias. The next slide, please. One of the things that I learned personally that I didn't appreciate as much coming into this research was the prevalence of shotguns as firearms in this era. Shotguns are mentioned frequently in primary documents and newspaper accounts as a firearm of Oregon civilians. And these would have been, again, muzzle loading, percussion cap or flintlock ignition system shotguns. And not only purpose-built shotguns, but also other kinds of muskets in particular, where either because of the absence of supplies to have appropriate ammunition, or because they didn't have a shotgun and they want to go duck hunting or something, they were using a standard musket that wasn't meant to be a shotgun and stuffing it with shot and using it as a shotgun. So shotguns are often mentioned in the documents for civilian arms in the Oregon territorial period. There is also textual evidence to suggest that many civilians were using surplus military items, particularly the Springfield musket. And that was either surplus in the way we think of the term surplus, or maybe by getting it independently in the manner that I was just speaking about earlier. I'm not always 100% sure the origin in an individual's hands that way. So surplus military weapons, and in particular, the different versions of the Springfield musket. There's even an example that I can think of a Mississippi rifle being in the hands of a civilian, but then getting captured by an indigenous force. Then, of course, there are the handguns. I see very little direct evidence from the text that of the percussion cap or flintlock handguns, the single shot muzzle loading ones, but they are likely to have been here. The documents speak much more regularly and consistently to one, Colt revolvers, and they specifically call out, in my recollection, the Dragoon and Navy models and others, but the early percussion cap Colt revolvers in civilian hands. And then also the pepper box, the rotating cylinder firearm. That's actually mentioned in historic documents of the Oregon territorial period in civilian hands far more often than the Colt revolver as a common weapon. And there was something else I wanted to say about that. But yeah, the pepper box, as near as I could tell from the frequency of how it was mentioned, was more commonly used in civilian hands than the Colt. And maybe what I was thinking was that of the models of pepper box is a characteristic of a style of weapon, not a brand. And it was the Allen and Thurber or the Allen pepper box that's mentioned most frequently when they talk about what kind of pepper box they were using.
So what evidence do you see in the archaeological record for these types of civilian firearms?
The archaeological evidence that I've seen of weapons in civilian hands, either from my reading of other scholars' work or from my own research into militia sites or civilian homesteads, supports in general what I just described. Sometimes we find the specific remains of the specific weapons. That's fairly rare, but it does happen in minor other sites. In this slide, this is from Miners Fort, which was a civilian site, a militia fortification at the mouth of the Rogue River in Curry County, dating to 1856. In this site, we recovered two firearm parts. The one on the right is the butt plate. It's a copper alloy reinforcement for the end of the stock of the long arm that sits against your shoulder. And the form of that gun plate is consistent with a number of musket or flintlock rifle style weapons of the early 1800s. So that's either a flintlock rifle, maybe a Hawkins Plains rifle, maybe there's different forms that have that same morphology. The artifact on the right is the barrel band, which is the copper alloy band that clamps the barrel to the gun stock of a Springfield musket. And that, has a very diagnostic shape to it relative to the Springfield musket. And it also includes the hole that accepted the ramrod when you weren't using the ramrod below the barrel of the Springfield musket. So these are two pieces of tangible evidence of weapons used by the civilian militia in 1856 during the Oregon territorial period.
And what kinds of munitions did you find in these civilian sites?
Again, as with the military site, there's a wide variety of caliber munitions, and the majority of them are lead ball, right? There are lots of 69 caliber lead shot. There's 44, 54, 58. There's a lot of 36 caliber, which is lead shot, which is one of the calibers of the early Colt revolvers. There's tons, in the case of Miners Fort, again, there's lots of shotgun pellets, like I want to say thousands, maybe it's hundreds, but I think it's thousands. So in terms of munitions, it is by far lead ball. It is consistent with both military and civilian firearms that I've been describing, including shotguns and including Colt revolvers. And there are some interesting aspects of the munitions that we can learn from the archaeological record. For example, in Miners Fort, I don't have a picture of it in here, but I have two or three 39 caliber conical bullets that ballistically are identical to what are eventually called picket bullets during the Civil War, which would have armed a high quality handmade target rifle, which were kind of a very highly valued weapon at that time. In addition to that, we also have these small, and I can't remember if those are 31 or 36 caliber, but they're molded bullets dating to 1856. And I find that very interesting as a historian. You know, this was the beginning of rifling technology. And a key part of rifling technology is that it allowed the munition to be snug against the barrel. In fact, it required it to develop its spin. And that broke the constraint of having a lead round ball. And now you could create a ballistically shaped munition, i.e. a bullet. And this was probably, and somebody built a mold for it. This is direct archaeological evidence for an Oregon civilian in 1856 having a mold to create bullets, probably for an early model Colt revolver that they were still packing from the front of the cylinder using powder, paper, or powder and the bullet in the front of the cylinder.
And that's that bottom picture on the right-hand side. Is that correct? Is that the mold?
No, we don't have the actual mold. We didn't find the mold, but we did find evidence for bullet and ball molding at the site. And the artifacts on the bottom right are a sample of the many, many pieces of lead that we found at this particular site. And that included ingots of lead, which is probably how the lead was arriving at the site in chunks. And then there were also melted pieces, like we call it slag. And there were freshly molded musket balls, or ball, they're not all musket, and those have a little nub on them that in molding you call the sprue. Like if you ever made a plastic airplane model or something, you clip the thing off the sprue. And it's the same thing with bullet molding or any kind of molding. And so we find those sprues like by the hundreds in that site, and the melted lead. And another interesting aspect of that particular site was we have evidence that they were bringing lead printers type, that they had found a surplus set of movable typeface and were melting that into bullets. Our analysis is that they didn't have enough lead to fulfill their purposes. So they were repurposing surplus typeface and molding it into munitions. Another thing we learned about the technology of the firearms of the territorial period in militia hands or civilian hands is that we had that artifact in the middle top, which I appreciate is not a great photograph, is a lid to a DuPont gunpowder flask. And we found many of these at this site, and we also found them even at the military sites. So the flasks of gunpowder were making its way to the frontier. And what that says is it wasn't all paper cartridges, that they were still manually loading their weapons with, like, they didn't have a paper cartridge with powder and ball to put into their weapons. They were still pouring the powder in with the wad and ball from the muzzle in the case of a long arm, or from the front of the cylinder in the case of a pistol. And that was a fairly common artifact. The one artifact next to it is a unique artifact to Miners Fort. I don't know if it's unique in all of Oregon, but that is a copper alloy lid to a gunpowder flask again, and it has a little movable thing to close the stopper. And again, you can think,
The upper right.
that's the upper right.
Got it.
Yes.
Go ahead.
And both of these kinds of artifacts you can think of as like powder horns, although they weren't horns necessarily, they were flasks, right? But they were portable containers of gunpowder.
So you talked earlier about percussion cap technology that you've excavated from military sites.
Mm-hmm.
What indicia of percussion cap technology have you found in civilian sites during this period?
Not a whole bunch. And I have excavated or directed the excavations of 2 settler homesteads dating to the 1850s, and I'm fairly fluent in the literature of other excavations elsewhere in Oregon. And in contrast to the military sites, percussion caps tend to be rare. The image on the screen here are Southern Oregon University's excavations at the Geisel homestead in Curry County. These were done under my direction, and it was a civilian homestead of German immigrants who lived on Curry County in 1856. And we found a variety of domestic artifacts, ceramics and glass and clothing parts. And there's another glass bead, by the way, that little black one in the middle. And what was interesting to me in that site was that there were there was only a single percussion cap. Interestingly, it was a pistol, which was consistent with either a Colt revolver or a pepper box. But, you know, down the road, we excavated Miners Fort, or I'm sorry, down the road, we excavated Fort Lane, and there were many, many, many percussion caps. Miners Fort didn't have any percussion caps. That was a civilian militia fort. And another pioneer homestead we excavated, the Harris cabin in Jackson County, had no percussion caps and actually only a single piece of lead shot. There was another excavation, the Earl homestead in the Willamette Valley, that was pretty extensively excavated and didn't have any percussion caps. So my point is there's no doubt that civilians had some percussion cap firearms, but they were scarce enough that they are hard to see as a signal in the archaeological record, suggesting that they, like the Army, when there's evidence to this too, were still out of practicality and supply chain issues, still using older style weapons that were tried and true, like that had the flintlock ignition system.
So what evidence do you see in primary sources to support your understanding of the archaeological record about firearms used by civilians in the territorial period?
Yeah, so in general, what I see civilians being armed with in the Oregon territorial period are smoothbore muskets, rifled long arms, all with the ignition system, the flintlock ignition system primarily, and the cap and ball percussion cap ignition system primarily. Shotguns were probably used by a lot, were probably just a basic household tool if they had them. And then the Colt revolvers, pepperbacks revolvers, and knives are mentioned in many documents.
Do you have any specific sources that to you are indicative of some of the primary sources that you were seeing?
Yes, that is my assessment of that is based on the accumulation of many primary document accounts that speak to what people were using. And I chose a couple of them to try to illustrate some of that. So for example, there was a man named William Colvig, who was a pioneer of Southern Oregon during the 1850s. As an older gentleman, he seemed to have gotten this little niche in his community of giving speeches at 4th of July picnics about the good old days. And there's like several different versions, and he gave basically the same speech. And he mentioned in at least two of them this kind of line, and he's reflecting on the 1850s, on the Oregon territorial period. And he says, and for protection, we had no breech loading guns or Colt revolvers, only the old-fashioned Kentucky rifle and the Allen pepperbox pistol. The whole thing, speaking about the pepperbox, the whole thing revolving except the handle, being a great deal more fearful in looks than in execution. And I kind of love this quote because it illustrates a couple of different concepts. I mean, clearly there were breech loading rifles in Oregon in the 1850s. The Army had the Hall's carbine, and there might have been some others. And there were clearly Colt revolvers. But this guy, he's exaggerating, as we all sometimes do. But there's an element of truth to it. He's emphasizing the scarcity of high quality firearms when he was younger during the Oregon territorial period, and saying we had in the Kentucky rifle, which in the 1850s was old fashioned, but clearly in this account and others revered. And it was clearly in use. And from my knowledge of firearms, we know that that's a tried and true technology, really effective and easily repairable to some extent. And then he mentions the Allen pepperbox, and this and the next quote that just appeared are I find these very typical of the understanding of the pepperbox. The pepperbox, of course, is a sort of ungainly looking firearm, and it appears to be like an attempt to solve this, like being able to have a lot of ammunition in one weapon at a time. But the Oregonians of the Oregon Territory definitely had it, and had it in large numbers, but they clearly held it in contempt. And these two accounts talk about that. And this second account appeared in the Medford Mail Tribune in 1921. And it was a reminiscence it was actually a diary that had been published, and a reminiscence that had been published. And it refers to the events of 1859. And it was a settler who was moving to Oregon in 1859. And he was in Nebraska, I think. And And he says in his reminiscence, a chum of mine owned a worthless pepper box pistol with revolving barrels, and I gave him the $2 for it. Upon reaching home, my older brother and my mother learned of my purchase of the worthless pistol and told me that a fool and his money were soon separated. This remark made me feel so blue that I took my $2 pistol and threw it into the Platte River. And this, to me, again, is fairly indicative of the contempt that the Oregon settlers of the territorial period had for the pepper box pistol, which somewhat, I imagine, ironically, was probably one of their most common handguns of that time period.
So based on your research, what was the most common firearm used by individuals during Oregon's territorial period?
Sure. The most common firearms of the Oregon territorial period were muzzle-loading, single-shot, percussion cap, or flintlock firearms. They were armed with lead ball and powder, and maybe more rarely lead ball with paper cartridges. There were long arm versions and short arm versions, and of course, many shotguns. Colt revolvers and pepper box revolvers were also in common use. And again, I know that there's some terminology issues there, but Colt revolvers and pepper boxes were also in common use. In my opinion, my professional opinion, more pepper boxes than Colt revolvers.
So when you say in common use, what do you mean?
What I mean by common use is informed by my training as an anthropologist and an archaeologist. So I think maybe we use it in this particular way, that common use in a given time and place, and it is what an average person knew to be something that they could use, that they had in their house or in their toolbox, that they could reasonably expect to obtain, and was in common use. In addition to that, and I think this is the anthropological perspective, there's a cultural, a social construction of the concept of common use. In other words, what you thought, what was in common use was informed by what people believed should be in common use. And in the case of civilians in the Oregon territorial period, the culture of that was one of self-sufficiency, of self-reliancy, because of the supply chain issue and because of the lack of infrastructure generally. So the things that were in common use in that sense, from what people thought about it, were, I want things that were functional, that could be easily repaired, that could be maybe easily replaced, that were tried and true technologies.
So on the opposite end of that spectrum from common use, can you give me an example of a state-of-the-art or cutting-edge firearm that might have been available to civilians in Oregon in the territorial period?
Yeah, there's in the textual evidence and to some extent in the archaeological evidence, there's a couple of examples of that. And I mentioned earlier the American target rifle, which was the antithesis of the mass production process that was taking hold in the late 1840s and the 1850s. These were finely made rifles that became a trend for people doing target competition, and flintlock and percussion cap, and they often had sights. These were weapons that eventually became the first sniper rifles of the Civil War. And we have textual evidence and archaeological evidence to their presence in Oregon territorial sites in civilian hands. Another one that I find an interesting one to think about is the Sharps rifle. So the Sharps rifle, of course, has an iconic place in firearms history, and it was invented right in the era we're talking about. It was invented in 1848. And one of the things that made it distinctive was it solved the breech loading problem. It was the first, to my understanding, it was one of the first really practical, effective breech loading firearms. And that was a product of improvements in machine tooling that created the seal when you opened and closed the breech that did not allow gases to escape and reduced the rate of failure or partial failure when the bullet was fired or when the ball was fired. So that's the Sharps rifle. And there is textual evidence to suggest that this was an innovative and state-of-the-art firearm that Oregons of the Oregon territorial period thought about, knew about, and wanted. And what else could I say about the weapon itself? It's still a percussion cap and still a single-shot weapon. So my interest in this weapon comes from a particular back and forth between a United States military officer and a militia, Oregon territorial civilian in the 1850s. And I think this is on the next slide, the account. Yeah, so the at issue was the Rogue River War again. And there was some tension between the United States military and the Oregon militia over that war. And one of the ways that tension was expressed was when a United States military officer, a man named Captain Thomas Cram, publicly accused the Oregon militia, or the Oregon civilians anyways, of having sold Sharps rifles to indigenous people, which made their job of fighting indigenous people harder. And in response to that, an adjutant, an officer of the militia, of the Oregon militia named Charles S. Drew, he wrote a long response that was actually ended up being published in the Congressional Record. And that was published in 1860. So he's responding to this military officer's accusations that the civilians sold Sharps rifles to indigenous people. And this is the quote. He says, Charles S. Drew, an Oregon civilian, member of the militia, said, "The whites themselves, incoming or otherwise, meaning those coming over the Oregon Trail or not, very seldom possessed one being the Sharps rifle. And those who did valued them too highly to sell them to the Indians or anybody else, to show how destitute of these rifles the people of that country were when, if the allegation were true, that is, the allegation that they were selling them to the Indians, when, if the allegation were true, the Indians must have obtained theirs, I will state, as I happen to know, that in the Rogue River Indian War of 1853, 2 men only were armed with these guns." So again, like I mentioned earlier, you have to take this account with some degree of source criticism. He had an axe to grind. He was probably exaggerating. He was talking about 1853, but the account does speak to the relative scarcity of this state-of-the-art weapon in Oregon Territory. It speaks to the fact that Oregonians of the territorial period regarded the Sharps rifle and highly and craved it, like they wanted it, and they thought it was like a state-of-the-art weapon that was very useful to them. Basically those 2 points. And we've never found direct evidence of a Sharps rifle in any of our archaeological digs, but we have found 54 caliber munitions, which would have been consistent with it. There are a couple of other weapons that could hold that 54 caliber shot.
Ms. Dawson, how much more time do you have with this witness?
I would say 10 to 15 minutes.
We'll take our lunch break then.
Okay.
I have court matters until 1:20, so we'll start up at 1:20. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Court is now in session.
Professor, you can come back up. Occurred to me about 9:45. I hadn't actually called the case today. We're on the record for the afternoon session of Arnold and Asmussen versus Rosenblum, Kotek, and Cotting. It is Harney County case 22 CV 41008. We're continuing the testimony of Dr.
Mark Taveskov.
Taveskov. I was just sitting there with the TV thinking about how to say it. Taveskov. Go ahead, Ms. Dawson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Professor Taveskov, when we broke for lunch, I believe we were talking about the Sharps rifle. So would you say that the Sharps rifle was commonly used for self-defense during the Oregon territorial period?
No, I would not.
What types of weapons were commonly used for self-defense in Oregon during the territorial period?
The weapons that were in common use for self-defense during the Oregon territorial period were primarily muzzle-loading, single-shot, long arms, and handguns that had the flintlock ignition system or the percussion cap ignition system, shotguns, and the first generation of Colt revolvers and the pepper box style handgun.
Now, were any of those firearms that you just listed repeating firearms?
The later handguns, the Colt revolvers and the pepper boxes.
And how would you define a repeating firearm?
A weapon that can be shot more than once without having to be reloaded.
And what types of Colts and pepper boxes were present in Oregon during the territorial period?
Based on my research, it was the first generation of Colt revolvers that were still percussion cap driven, that were loaded with, from the front of the cylinder, with powder and ball, or powder and an early style bullet, or maybe a paper cartridge. And the pepper boxes were, based on my research, were primarily the Allen and Thurber or the Allen pepper box style.
And how many rounds could that Colt hold?
Between 4 and 7 rounds.
And how many rounds would the common pepper box hold that you mentioned, the Allen?
Oh, I mixed up the question. I'm sorry. The revolver was between 5 and 7, the Colt, and then the pepper box between 4 and 7.
And the pepper box, the Allen pepper box, the one you mentioned, was the most common. How many rounds would that typically hold?
Between 4 and 7.
Did you see any evidence of a pepper box capable of firing more than 10 rounds in Oregon during the territorial period?
I've seen no evidence. Oh, I'm sorry. Would you please repeat the question?
Sure. I'm asking if you've seen any evidence of a pepper box capable of firing more than 10 rounds in Oregon during the territorial period.
I have seen no evidence of such weapon.
And what type of ignition technology did the Colt and pepper box use during the territorial period?
In the territorial period, it used the percussion cap ignition system.
And what evidence have you seen, if any, that metallic cartridges were used in Oregon during the territorial period?
I have seen no evidence that metallic cartridges were used in the Oregon territorial period.
So in your professional experience in research, what evidence have you found, if any, that ordinary Oregonians in the territorial period would have any familiarity with firearms holding greater than 10 rounds?
I have seen no evidence to that effect.
So in your expert opinion, would you say that firearms holding greater than 10 rounds were commonly used for self-defense during the Oregon territorial period?
I would not say that.
In your expert opinion, during the Oregon territorial period, were firearms holding greater than 10 rounds commonly used for defense of the state?
I would not say that.
What evidence, if any, have you found that indicates that detachable magazines were present in Oregon by 1859?
I have found no evidence that detachable magazines were present in Oregon before 1859.
And what evidence, if any, have you found that indicates that box magazines were present in Oregon by 1859?
I have found no evidence that box magazines were present in Oregon in 1859 or earlier.
I'd like to briefly move to the period after Oregon's territorial period.
Mhm.
Based on the historical record that you're familiar with, what evidence do you see of firearms with a greater than 10-shot capacity in Oregon in the 1860s?
Based on the extent of my research, I see no evidence of firearms over 10 rounds capacity in the 1860s.
And what are you basing that conclusion on?
I am basing that on my literacy in the literature of archaeological and historical studies of the Oregon Territory, and specifically several historical archaeological projects in the Willamette Valley that I discussed earlier, the Earl Homestead, the Fort Yamhill, the Fort Hoskins, and Fort Vancouver. And those were, the forts in particular, were very large scale excavations with voluminous documentary research behind them. And the results of those projects were interesting to me, having focused primarily my own excavations in Oregon of the 1850s, not the 1860s. And to the point that their firearms inventory from the archaeological record was virtually identical to mine of the 1850s. The same suite of ammunition, round ball, percussion caps. They did find some flints, the actual flints from the ignition system in those sites. And so they found pretty much the exact same assemblage of archaeological materials, with one exception. They did find evidence of the Minier ball, which is the early formal bullet that was employed when rifling got underway. So that was something they had that was in the 1860s, but that was still in those muzzle loaders. The other reason I say that is, to my understanding, that in terms of the metallic cartridges, that one of the most commonly used early versions of a firearm with a metallic cartridge was the Smith & Wesson revolver that developed quickly after Colt lost, or their patent expired. And I went through the newspaper archives for the Oregon Territory in the 1850s and the 1860s. And when the mentions of Smith & Wesson in advertisements and discussions in Oregon newspapers in the 1860s are literally non-existent until after the Civil War, like 1865 or so, and then they take right off. And the interpretation of the scholars from those other forts I mentioned, I should also mention that their analysis of their own textual record of those forts speak to flintlocks still being on the official inventories of these military forts in the 1860s during the Civil War era. And all that taken together is interpreted broadly by scholars, including myself, in that the Civil War, just 1861 to 65, just sucked so much energy towards its center in the American East that the Oregon Territory became more of a backwater and logistical, like way at the end of the supply chain. And in terms of firearms, the latest firearms of that era were going to the war effort, not to the Oregon Territory.
So would you say that firearms holding greater than 10 rounds were commonly used for self-defense in Oregon in the 1860s?
Based on the research that I've done and that I know, no.
So am I understanding your testimony correctly that you found no evidence for the use of firearms holding greater than 10 rounds in Oregon during the Oregon Territorial period or through the Civil War period?
That's right.
No further questions. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Ayala.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tedescoff.
Mhm.
Did I get it right?
You did, Mr. Aiello.
You spoke with Professor DeLay about your testimony, correct?
I spoke to him? Not about my testimony,
You
no.
didn't correspond with him about the testimony you're going to give today?
No.
You didn't exchange resources?
I exchanged an email with him.
One email or multiple?
I believe it was one.
What did you discuss in that email?
Well, I met him in Zoom, and I actually read about him in the paper in regards to these cases. And I met him in Zoom through the context of this case. And we have a lot of overlapping research interests. And I sent him one of my primary documents that spoke about pepper boxes because I thought he'd be interested in it.
You spoke to him about this case, correct?
Spoke to him about this case?
Corresponded with him about this case, correct?
No, not about the case.
You didn't communicate with him once about this case.
I shared with him a resource about pepper boxes on email.
Was that regarding this case?
Not specifically. We have a shared interest in the history of firearms, and I thought you'd find that account interesting.
You met Professor DeLay as part of preparing for this case, though, correct?
That's right.
Where did Oregon settlers come from?
Oh, that's a good question. It depends a little bit on which settlers you're talking about, but if the basic story of the Oregon Trail is mostly from the Midwest, but really from all over.
From all over the then
Eastern United States. Yes, that's right.
So the Oregon settlers had knowledge about firearms that existed in other states, correct?
The Oregon settlers had knowledge about firearms from what?
From other states, correct?
I assume so.
You stated that you've worked for the governor, correct?
I serve on a committee that I was appointed by the governor, but it's a volunteer citizen committee.
You're aware that the governor is one of the defendants in this case?
Yes, I am aware of that, although that was not the governor that appointed me.
You were appointed by Governor Brown, correct?
Kitzhaber. I think Governor Brown might have reappointed me for my second term.
You're aware that Governor Brown was the initial defendant in this case?
Yes.
Yes. Sure.
You testified about settlers, I'm going to use an imprecise term here, but warring or fighting with Native Americans. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Oregonians, Oregon settlers saw themselves as defending their homes, correct?
While they fought indigenous people?
Yes.
Yes, often.
They saw themselves as defending their state as well, correct?
No, I wouldn't say that necessarily. Well, first of all, there was no state of Oregon in that time period. It was the Oregon Territory.
So it was their home. They were defending their home, their land.
They often, I imagine, thought of themselves as defending their home, but that was not their only motivation for fighting indigenous people. And yeah.
What were their other motivations?
I don't know, that they were, there was racial animus. They just didn't like indigenous people, for example.
They were taking Native American land, right?
They were taking Native American land. I mean, in the big picture, yes.
That's state activity, wouldn't it be?
I don't know that, you mean the act of taking indigenous lands was an act of state. Could you rephrase your question?
Yeah, so taking Native American land was a state activity.
I think you're overestimating the civic mindedness of many of those settlers in the 1850s. And there are some of their interests were more local, more family, more community than that.
I believe you referred to some of these settlers as the territorial militia. Did I write that down correctly?
Yes. I might have said that, yes.
You've also referred to them as Oregon volunteers, right?
Yes.
You've stated previously that I believe you were referring to Hungry Hill,
Mhm.
was one of the largest, I'm sorry, one of the largest of the Indian Wars of the American West. The details of this battle have until now been lost to history and the location of the fight forgotten. Do you recall stating that? Not here today, I'm sorry. I'm asking you about a
I think
previous
that's
statement.
some close or exact quote from something I wrote somewhere. Yeah.
Okay. Have you written anything along with retired Colonel Daniel Edgerton of the U.S. Army History Center?
Have I written with him?
Correct.
No.
Have you worked with him?
He participated in some of my field projects.
Did he characterize that battle as the worst defeat, particularly in terms of the total number of casualties suffered by the combined force of U.S. Army and Oregon volunteers in Oregon during the Indian Wars?
You're asking me what he wrote? Did he say that in a writing?
I'm specifically looking at an article quoting the both of you published in SOU News.
Mhm.
Would you? I'll ask it this way. Would you agree with that statement?
Okay, please repeat the statement then.
Yeah, the statement is the battle, referring to the Battle of Hungry Hill,
Mhm.
was, quote, the worst defeat, particularly in terms of the total number of casualties suffered by the combined force of U.S. Army and Oregon volunteers in Oregon during the Indian Wars.
Yeah, I think I would agree that it was a very bad defeat for the U.S. Army and the Oregon militia or volunteers. I would agree that they took a lot of casualties relative to other battles. But I don't know. I don't know that I would say that that I can say for sure that it was the worst in terms of number of casualties and things. And yes.
You testified that Oregon's civilians, I'll say, so non-military personnel, were armed with firearms that utilized percussion caps, correct?
At least some of them were, yes.
Percussion caps were relatively new technology in the 1850s, correct?
Well, to my understanding, they were invented like in 1810 or 1820s, but were new to the Oregon Territory. Relatively new.
You testified that that firearms came to Oregon through a rather complicated supply chain. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's how mail traveled as well, right?
Yes, although with one caveat, and this is where I don't think I'm a little out of my depth in terms of my expertise, but sometimes there were mail expresses, and I don't know the exact dating of those things. Maybe that was later, the so-called Pony Express.
Would it be safe to say that it took a long time for a letter to get from Oregon to, say, Washington, D.C.?
It took a long time for a letter to get across Oregon. Yeah, months.
What about Washington, D.C.?
Yeah, that's what I mean, months.
It would take months.
Mm-hmm.
You also testified that the firearms that came to Oregon came from out of the Oregon Territory, right?
To my understanding, that's true, but I can't say that there weren't some independent gun maker. There were no major firearms industry in the Northwest, to my knowledge.
There wouldn't be records then from major firearms manufacturers in the Oregon Territory either, right?
Records of what?
Well, you said there were no major firearm manufacturers, right?
To my knowledge, no.
So there would be no records from major manufacturers in the Oregon Territory, right?
If there were no major manufacturers of firearms, it stands to reason there were no records from them. That's right.
Yes. Craftsmen that made firearms didn't keep records of the firearms they made, correct?
That's a little out of my expertise. I do know that when I had to chase down those American target rifles, I found a pretty good paper trail, and those were Craftsman, one at a time, rare piece manufacturers, and I found a lot about them.
Were those craftsmen in the Oregon territories?
None that I saw.
So you're not aware of records kept by the craftsmen who may have been making firearms in the Oregon territory, right?
I'm not aware of any craftsmen making firearms in the Oregon territory or their records.
There could have been craftsmen that you're not aware of, right?
Yes.
So you testified about how long it took an Oregonian, or I guess an Oregon settler, to receive a firearm from out of state. And I believe you said that in urban centers, firearms would be readily available, right?
I said in Boston they'd be readily available.
Okay.
I said that in Boston or Charleston as examples, they'd be readily available.
What about in other urban centers in the eastern United States?
Oh, well, sure. I use those two as examples. Those were two of the preeminent cities of that era in the East.
Do you know what the Oregon constitutional provision, Article 1, Section 27, was based off of, if anything?
I can't speak to that from a point of view of professional expertise. I think I read that it was copied pretty closely from another one from back east, but I don't really know.
Back east, where firearms were more readily available, right?
I suppose so.
They say Indiana.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Firearms that traveled to Oregon from out of state could be kept in stores, right?
Stores as in mercantile stores?
Yes.
Yes.
So sometimes there were firearms in stores that were available to purchase, right?
I imagine so.
And I believe you testified that even from rural areas of Oregon, it was about a half-day travel to one of these stores, right?
Sometimes closer, but yeah.
So a rural Oregonian could expect that, assuming the supply chain provided, they could ride their horse and obtain a firearm in about half a day, correct?
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah. So a rural Oregonian on their horse
Yeah.
could expect to, assuming the supply chain provided, about a half a day travel to go purchase a firearm from an urban center in a mercantile store, right?
Well, I think what I would contest about that statement is that they would never assume that the supply chain is stable or available. So that's the catch.
I'm not asking you to assume. I'm not saying that they assumed the supply chain had provided. I'm saying you and I, let's assume that the supply chain provided, and there was a firearm sitting in a store, and an Oregonian or an Oregon settler wanted to travel by horse to go purchase that firearm. It could be expected that they could get on a horse, travel half a day, and go purchase a firearm from a store, correct?
No, I wouldn't agree to that. I mean, when it's you and me, we have assumptions about supply chain that they didn't in the Oregon territorial period.
So let's say a rural Oregonian wanted to go purchase a firearm, and I believe you said they could order the firearms from back east through a mercantile store, right?
That's my assumption, yes.
So they get on a horse and they ride to the store. They walk into the store and the firearm they wanted to purchase was there.
Yes.
They were lucky.
They were lucky.
They could purchase that firearm, correct? Yeah. So about a half a day travel is all that stood between them in rural Oregon and purchasing a firearm, assuming the supply chain provided, correct?
In that hypothetical scenario, yes.
So when you spoke about the time it took for an Oregonian or an Oregon settler to purchase a firearm, the limitation was caused by the market, correct?
No, I wouldn't say that. The limitation was was storms that wrecked ships, the vagaries of travel in that time of the 19th century. I don't know the details of how things were manufactured in batches or what, but I'm sure there was a lot of conflicting demands. So not just, I mean, I guess that's partially a market force, but there were a variety of factors.
So supply chain issues, right?
Yes,
Those were the cause of delays, right?
basically, yes.
And you testified that sometimes the travel was less than a half a day by horseback, correct?
Yeah, I imagine so.
If someone lived in Portland, they could walk into a store and see if there was a firearm available to purchase, right?
That's right.
And they didn't have to wait half a day travel to purchase that firearm, right?
That's right.
You testified that in urban centers, firearms were available to purchase. Would that include the Colt revolver?
That's a good question. I don't know that I could testify to that as an expert. I know that Colt revolvers were here, but the relative balance of where they came from is not really clear to me.
Pepper
Like from a
box.
store or from a barter or from a military, you know what I mean?
Okay. Pepper box revolvers were more plentiful than were the Colt revolvers, correct?
Yes, that's my sense,
So pepper box revolvers may have been in the store.
probably.
You characterized the Oregon settlers at the time as self-reliant. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
So they were reliant on themselves for food, correct?
Yeah,
They had to provide for themselves.
Mhm.
What about self-defense? They had to defend themselves, right?
They had to defend themselves as a community, yes, and as individuals.
Would that include from wild animals?
You're asking me to, I want to know what you're asking me more specifically.
Is my question confusing?
A little bit.
Okay.
There's some complexity to it.
Okay. Did Oregonians have to defend themselves from wild animals?
Some wild animals, I imagine, once in a while.
Cougars?
I don't think so.
You don't think there were cougars in Oregon,
Oh, there were cougars in Oregon.
but they didn't have to defend themselves from them?
I have read a lot of pioneer firsthand accounts from the Oregon territorial period. And there actually is an account of somebody shooting a cougar that was menacing them. But I feel confident saying that the only animal that the Oregon settlers were afraid of to the point of talking about it in this way were grizzly bears. And so they talked about grizzly bears as like a safety threat, but that's it. Even cougars, there's many settler accounts of like, look, there's a cougar, and they're not afraid of it. It's just part of the landscape that they were very comfortable in.
What about wolves?
Same.
Wolves weren't an issue in the Oregon Territory?
During the territorial period, to my understanding, wolves as a problem are like for people that have lots of livestock, and that was very minor during the territory relative to other industries. As you pointed out just now, most Oregonians of the settler period were living in a subsistence way, hunting and in the Willamette Valley growing, trying to figure out how to grow crops there. So my impression is that wolves as a threat to livestock were concordant with the size of like cattle ranches, which postdates the territorial period.
Oregonians also, or Oregon settlers also had to defend themselves from person-to-person violence, correct?
Yes.
And what about from Native Americans? Did they have to defend themselves from Native Americans as well?
Yes.
You would agree that repeating firearm technology was known to the drafters of Oregon's Constitution, correct?
I'm going to repeat the question. I would agree that, please do.
You would agree that repeating firearm technology was known to the drafters of Oregon's Constitution, correct?
To my knowledge, the people that drafted the Oregon Constitution certainly knew about pepper boxes and Colt revolvers.
And those you defined as repeating firearms, correct?
Yes.
We've heard in this case a definition of a different type of firearm. I would say kind of being less than the repeater, and that's the multi-shot firearm. Do you use that word ever?
No. I mean, I've heard it in the course of listening to the testimony here, but that's not a term that I've used in my professional experience.
So you would qualify, or you would classify multi-shot firearms as repeating firearms?
Again, I can't say that because can't say that I've completely wrapped my mind around what you're all talking about when you say that term. Certainly not on a point of view of being an expert about it.
How big was a 69 caliber round?
How big was a 69 caliber round?
Yeah,
0.69 inches, basically.
it's a rather large round, isn't it?
Yeah, not as big as the 0.75 but yeah, it's pretty big.
What about 0.75s? Were those a very large round as well?
Mm-hmm.
You have to answer yes or no, Dr.
Yes.
Professor.
Yes, I saw it. Sorry.
Have you ever seen a 9mm bullet?
I don't know that I have.
Have you ever seen a modern day metallic cartridge?
Certainly.
And you've seen a 69 caliber round, right?
Mm-hmm.
A 69. Oh, sorry. Can you say yes or no on
Yes,
that
I
one?
apologize.
I'll catch it this time.
Mhm.
A 69 caliber ball is much larger than a modern day metallic cartridge, correct?
I don't have expertise in modern day cartridges, but I imagine that's true. I mean, I don't think they're usually that big.
You've observed a modern day metallic cartridge, right? And you saw how large it was?
Yeah.
And you've observed.
What's that?
It's yes or no. It
Yes,
has to be
I'm
yes
sorry,
or no.
yes.
Yeps and
Yes.
yes don't pick up right in the record. That's something I got to preserve.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
And so you've observed a modern day metallic cartridge, right?
Yes.
And you saw how large it was.
They are in different sizes, but yes.
You've seen a 69 caliber lead ball, correct?
Yes.
It was much larger than was the modern day cartridge, correct?
Yes.
You testified that civilians and military broadly had the same firearm technology, correct?
Broadly, yes.
How much did a musket cost?
I don't know. That's outside of the scope of my research.
Your Honor, I don't have copies of this document, but I would like to just confirm that this is the witness's, whether or not this is the witness's handwriting.
Let's give him an evidence tag.
Okay.
You can bring it up, Mr. Aiello. Clerk will resolve it.
find you what's been marked on this exhibit 33.
Okay,
That document your handwriting?
it is.
Can you please turn to the next page?
Sure.
And the next page, page 3 of exhibit 33. Is that your handwriting?
That's my handwriting.
Can you please tell the court what your handwriting says there regarding the cost of a musket?
The writing says Colt Dragoon, $40 to $75, $1,400, and muskets, $125 to $4,623.
What does that mean?
What that means is I was sitting watching Miss Lubinsky's testimony, and I don't know what she said, but it got me thinking about your question is how much these things cost. So while I was sitting there, I went on to newspapers.com and I did a search on the term Colt or musket. I don't know what it was, but I found an article in the Weekly Oregon Statesman dating 05 April 1859. And it said that I don't even remember what it was, but somebody had mentioned the relative costs of these things. And that was what they were, that a Colt Dragoon was $40 to $75 and a musket was $125. That surprised me a little. I thought it was interesting. And I just Googled like a currency converter, like inflation converter. And that came out, and this is not expert testimony. This is just what I was idling my time with while I was listening to the testimony. And that was some random internet site said that like $50 was about $1,400 and that $125 was about $4,000. And again, I'm not saying any of that is expert testimony. That was just something I randomly came across and wrote down because I thought it was interesting.
Can you confirm for me that the rest of the writing in exhibit 33 is your own?
Yeah.
You took notes about my clients during their testimony, correct?
Sure.
You wrote regarding my client Cliff Asmussen, lots of guns, doesn't want a permit, correct?
That's right.
Oregon settlers had access. I'm sorry, I may have gotten an answer to the question, but civilians and military had similar, if not identical, firearm technology, correct?
Say that again, please.
Civilians and military in the Oregon Territory had similar, if not identical, firearm technology,
I
correct?
wouldn't say identical, but they were definitely overlapping. Yeah.
Civilians had access to military surplus, correct?
Yes, although the term surplus has a modern connotation. I'm not exactly sure like how that functioned back then.
Just a moment ago, when I was asking about the price of these firearms, you testified to seeing a newspaper article from 1859, correct?
That's right.
Newspaper articles in your line of work are something that you would rely on, correct?
Yes.
So is it safe to say that a Colt Dragoon costs between $40 and $75 in April of 1859?
No, and I thought about that. Like I said, I was just idling away the time listening to testimony, and I thought that was an interesting statement, but it goes to what I testified to, which is source criticism. And first of all, the modern conversions is almost meaningless until I figure that out professionally. But as a singular newspaper account, I don't read one historic account and then hold that up as a truth. So it's like, I found that very interesting, particularly because the Colt was less expensive than the musket. But I don't remember everything else that was said in the article, but I was like, that is interesting, but that's the first time I've ever seen somebody discuss something like that. And as per my process, it's like, that's not something real to me until I've thought about it, till I've cross-checked it against other accounts. So I would never hold that up as expert testimony.
Was this article that we're discussing an advertisement?
I don't even remember that.
Is that article in my expert disclosures?
I literally, like yesterday or the day before, sketched that in my notebook while listening to testimony. And then they took my notebook and copied it.
That wasn't my question.
So
Is the newspaper article to which you were referring
Yeah.
in my expert disclosures?
no,
I would
but
ask that that be provided for me.
The witness did not testify to this, and we didn't ask him to testify to this.
I asked them to testify to it, and it informed.
Right, they're not required to give you discovery for something that they're not required to anticipate what you might ask questions about. They provide you what they used as a foundational basis for their questioning of the expert, Mr. Aiello.
Understood. Thank you, Your Honor. You testified that shotguns were very prevalent in the Oregon Territory, correct?
yes, they were in common use.
What is a picket bullet?
A picket bullet is a kind of bullet that fits a basically what we would call a sniper rifle today, but back then it was a rifled percussion cap or flintlock rifle. And it has a particular morphology to it. And it was something I learned about because I found them in Miners Fort. So I had to do some research, and that's where I learned about American target rifles and how that and how they fit into that. It's like a cone, it has kind of rounded edges, but it looks like a bullet, but it's got rounded edges.
Was that contained in a cartridge at all?
In the Oregon Territorial period, no. It would have been in a paper cartridge maybe, but more likely with the loose gunpowder and wadding, to my understanding.
I want to ask a quick question. Is this what you're talking about in the middle?
No,
What are these?
Those are bullets. Those are, I think, 36 caliber. That might be wrong, but those are molded bullets. Those are not the picket bullets.
These are molded bullets. What would those be to normally? I'm looking in the middle of the civilian arms, Miners Fort.
Yeah, those are probably for Colt revolvers.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. Go ahead, please, Mr. Aiello.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you said that you've seen evidence of picket bullets in the Oregon Territory, correct?
Yes, I excavated them at Miners Fort.
You also testified that those were advanced munitions, correct?
Well, I guess that depends how you define advanced. That was used in a very high quality handmade rifled long arm used for accuracy and range. Single shot percussion cap or flintlock ignition system.
You described shotguns as a basic household tool, correct?
Yeah, that was perhaps a little bit flip, but I was just thinking about my understanding that that's good for duck hunting and a variety of other purposes.
You described the pepper box as a solution to the problem of wanting more ammunition, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So you sorry.
Yes, sorry.
So you understand that more rounds was something sought after by Oregon settlers, correct?
Oh, that's a little bit what was in the minds of Southern Oregon territorial people in the sense of technology like that is a little out of my range, but I understand that in the history of firearms manufacture, there were attempts to increase the capacity of firearms in a very general way.
Well, you described it as a solution to the problem of wanting more ammunition. So lacking ammunition was a problem, correct?
The problem I meant in that statement was a sort of, I was looking at it from the point of view of a gun manufacturer trying to increase the capacity of their firearms in terms of the munitions held.
So increasing capacity was desired, correct?
Mhm.
We did it again.
Yes.
The American rifle that you testified about, what was the full name of that rifle? I have American ... rifle.
The American target rifle.
American.
And that's a very general term. It's like saying the flintlock rifle. It encompasses a lot of particular manufacturers and things.
The same is true for pepper box revolvers, correct?
That's right.
And there were other repeating firearms other than the pepper box and the Colt revolver in the United States